Hey everyone, nearly 97% of people who watch my videos haven't subscribed yet. If you're enjoying the content, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It means a lot. Also, be sure to give the video a like and drop a comment below. Your interaction helps more people discover the channel and supports its growth. Thanks a ton for being here. By the way, I'd love to know which country or city are you watching from? I've been in this line of work for almost 14 years now, mostly up north. I've walked so many forests they blur together. Every pine, every stretch of marsh, every snapping twig underfoot, every bird call, every sudden stillness. I've done search and rescue, wildlife monitoring, patrolling protected zones, you name it. And while I've run into my share of odd situations, the one that sticks in my head more than anything else happened the year I took a temporary ranger post near Detroit. I don't usually talk about it with people outside the job, and even then, I rarely tell the whole thing. It just sounds off. Not unbelievable exactly, but out of place. Like something that doesn't quite fit with the rest of the picture, like finding a rusted key where there's no door, or an empty gas station lit up in the middle of the woods. When I do talk about it, people usually nod like they understand, but I can tell they don't. They think it's a story, something told to pass the time on night patrol or around a fire. That's fine. If I hadn't lived it, maybe I'd think the same. I was stationed for 6 weeks at a site outside Detroit. It was late summer and the department was shorthanded, so I volunteered to fill in. The area wasn't huge. Some parcels of overgrown woodland on the outskirts of some old industrial zones, bits of wetland, a few creeks that came down from the north, some tangled bramble patches, and one trail that had been eaten up by time and disrepair. It wasn't beautiful country, not like the dense forests I was used to farther north, but it had its charm. A mix of forgotten woods and slow encroaching suburbia. The sort of place where old infrastructure rusts under vines, and where deer sleep in the shadows of half-collapsed warehouses. The days there weren't hard. I'd wake early, pack light, and patrol the wooded parts that people still wandered into. A few trails needed rerouting. Some brush clearing had to be done to reduce fire risk. Mostly, I kept an eye out for squatters, kids partying in abandoned sheds, or folks dumping trash where they shouldn't. It was on the second Sunday of my third week when I found it, the staircase. That morning, I decided to push a little deeper into a patch of woods that I hadn't explored yet. It wasn't marked on the standard park map as anything special, but it had a weird border to it. The woods there were different, denser, tangled. Thicker canopy, less sunlight. From a satellite view, it looked like an oval patch of green ringed by cattail marshes and bramble. And at one edge, there was an old DPW, Department of Public Works, yard with rusted fencing and a roof of tin the color of drying blood. The red stuck out clearly on the map, like a mark left by accident. I cut through the DPW yard to save time. The place was long defunct. The building had no doors anymore, just frames and blown-out glass, and the chain-link fence had several holes in it, each cut by different people at different times. Some looked fresh, some were older, rust curling along the wire. I picked the biggest opening and slid through, crunching on gravel as I made my way across to the tree line. The edge of the woods swallowed me whole. The trees there weren't especially tall, but they stood close together, with thick brush clogging the ground between their trunks. There wasn't a real path, just scattered signs of prior passage. A slight depression in the weeds, bent branches, the occasional soda can or wrapper. I moved slowly, following the natural contours of the land, pushing my way deeper. After maybe 30 minutes, I found myself in a patch of woods so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Sunlight was blocked almost completely, and everything was green or black or brown, dull and moist. The kind of place where everything you touch is damp, even if it hasn't rained for days. I stepped carefully, avoiding thorns and soft ground, but then something changed. The terrain flattened suddenly, and the foliage thinned for a moment, just enough to reveal something beneath my boots. A staircase. I stopped and stared. It was almost underfoot before I noticed it. A set of stairs rising up from the forest floor, made of old cobble and packed earth. Uneven, cracked, damp, the kind of steps that once belonged to something but had long since been left to rot in the silence. I crouched down, brushing away the leaves. The stairs were real. Not concrete, not wood. Cobble, fist-sized stones, each one packed together with what must have been mortar at some point, but now only held by dirt and moss. Glass shards were scattered across the surface. Old glass, smooth and worn, and scraps of paper or parchment, brown and crisp at the edges, some of it blackened like it had burned. At the base, half buried in moss, lay a rusted tin medallion. It was no larger than a coin, round and simple. I picked it up and turned it over. No engraving, no design, just rust, rough edges, and age. I pocketed it without thinking. The place felt strange, not supernatural or evil or anything dramatic like that. Just silent, like stepping into a room that had been closed for a long time. No wind, no birds. I looked up the stairs, expecting to see a landing or a platform of some kind. But there wasn't one, just more steps, crumbling as they rose higher, vanishing into the trees. I climbed, slowly at first, testing each step. They held, surprisingly firm despite their age. My boots crunched over the glass, and the burned paper crackled. I don't know why I kept going. Curiosity, maybe stubbornness. It was like my legs had decided for me. I didn't count how many steps there were. It wasn't many, maybe 12, maybe 15. At the top, there was no landing, no platform, just the last broken step, and then nothing. Just trees. The view wasn't anything special. I could see the red tin roof of the DPW yard behind me, and beyond it, the edges of the city, smokestacks rising in the distance, white trails curling into the sky. Each stack had a red blinking light on top, lazy and slow, a metronome to mark the passing of time. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, feeling the breeze return slightly, thinking maybe I just found an old foundation or the steps to some long-forgotten shed or lookout. Then I saw something, to my right, where the brambles gave way to cattails and the trees bent back to form a sort of drowned clearing. I noticed a crater-like depression around a dead tree stump. And from within that depression, someone was looking at me. Not moving, just staring. They were low in the pit, their face just visible above the rim. The skin was dark, lean. The eyes were the part that froze me, round, black, unblinking. They caught the light and reflected it like glass, like doll eyes. I didn't move. I just stood there, staring back. My breathing slowed. My mouth went dry. I blinked once, and the figure vanished, slipped backward into the shadow of the pit like they were never there. Only then did my body start to move. I turned and hurried down the steps, slipping once, catching myself on a root. I didn't stop to check my footing again. I pushed through the underbrush, back into the green-black corridors between the trees. Everything looked different now. The paths I had made were gone, swallowed up. The brush closed around me like it had never been touched. It was claustrophobic, leaves in my face, sticks scratching my arms, vines tangling my boots. I moved fast, sometimes at a jog, sometimes near sprinting, pushing through the tight spaces, ducking under limbs, climbing over fallen trunks, never stopping. The world blurred. It was green, black, green, brown sky. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if anyone was behind me. It felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes before I saw the DPW fence again. That old red roof like a beacon. I ran straight to the hole I'd cut in the chain link on my way in and crawled through it like a dog under a porch. On the other side, I stood up covered in mud, leaves in my hat, and breathed deeply. I was back. The city sounds crept into my ears again. Distant cars, a plane overhead, the hum of a nearby generator. Reality. I looked back once through the trees, but I couldn't see the stairs anymore. That evening, I sat in my truck for a long time before driving back to the station. I kept the tin medallion in my pocket for the rest of the shift, unsure what to do with it. Eventually, I tossed it into a creek on my last day in that post. I've been in woods all over the country. I found strange things. Shoes miles from any trail. Campsites with no people. Pits of burnt bones. But nothing has ever made me feel quite like that staircase did. Not scared, but unsettled. Like I stepped into a place I wasn't meant to find. I haven't been back to Detroit since. I don't plan to. The story ends there for me. Some things, even the ones that seem small, an old staircase, a face in the weeds, They stay with you in ways you don't expect. Not because they're haunted or cursed, but because they don't make sense. And when things don't make sense, they gnaw at the edges of your thoughts. That's what this one did. Still does. I've worked as a ranger in several national forests across the U.S., but nothing prepared me for what I experienced during my third year at Bitterroot Range, just past the Montana-Idaho border. That patch of mountain country doesn't get a lot of press, and I used to think that was a good thing. It meant peace, less tourist litter, and more time to just walk the trails and do my job. I don't think that way anymore. Not after what happened in October of 2017. It started out like any other patrol. I was assigned a 5-day solo in Zone 8, which is one of the least traveled regions of the forest. Thick alpine woods, old logging trails, and not a single maintained campsite for miles. My job was simple. Check trail conditions, note down any storm damage, and make sure hunters or hikers weren't getting themselves into places they shouldn't be. I carried the usual: field radio, flare, bear spray, first aid, a sidearm, topo maps, satellite tracker, extra rations, and a digital notepad I used for logging findings. I was 34 at the time and in good shape. I'd done solo treks 100 times before, but there was something different about that week, and it started before I even got into the backcountry. The first odd thing was the weather. A warm front had been sitting over the range for weeks, but the morning I left, it dropped fast. Cold rolled in like a tide out of nowhere. Nothing dangerous at first, just unusual. I logged the change and moved on. Day one was quiet. I hiked the switchbacks that run along Ravine Creek, stopped at an old trapper's cabin we sometimes use as a waypoint shelter. Everything looked fine. No sign of foot traffic, no scat piles, no fresh claw marks or trash. But that night, just after I set up camp and turned in, I noticed something strange on the GPS tracker. My unit had a breadcrumb feature that left a dotted trail of my movement through the day. I used it to double-check routes and make notes on alternate paths. But when I zoomed out, I saw a secondary line, faint and glitchy, running parallel to mine for a while, then veering off up into a ravine I hadn't entered. At first, I assumed it was a tech bug, maybe a software overlap from another ranger unit. But the forest database said I was the only active personnel in Zone 8. I rechecked my maps. That parallel trail cut across some old washouts and ended near an area marked no access, unstable terrain. I didn't think too much of it then. Just made a mental note to report the GPS anomaly and moved on. Day 2, I headed north toward Thunder Basin. There was still no sign of human activity, but wildlife tracks were heavy: elk, black bear, even some old mountain lion marks. I passed one of the Forest Service boundary markers around mid-afternoon. That's when I found something I still don't like thinking about. It was a pair of boots. Hiking boots. Old and weathered, but not ruined by time. Sitting neatly at the base of a spruce tree. Laces tied, toes pointed toward the tree like someone had taken them off and walked away barefoot into the brush. I bent down and checked the inside of the tongs. No ID tags, no initials. But they weren't rotten, and the tread was barely worn. They looked recent. I scanned the area. No signs of camp, no fire ring, no trash, no gear. Just the boots. I took photos and logged the coordinates. For all I knew, they belonged to someone who got injured or had to be medevaced and left their stuff behind. Still, I marked it as suspicious and kept moving. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't fear, at least not yet, but a kind of buzzing under my skin, like something was waiting just out of view. I laid in my bivy sack with the safety off my sidearm and barely slept an hour. Day 3 is when everything changed. I was moving through a section of pine flats just after noon when I saw a flash of movement about 60 yards ahead. Too big for a deer, too slow for elk. I crouched, glassed the area with my binos. I saw what looked like a man moving uphill through the trees. He was walking away from me, maybe in his 40s or 50s, wearing a dark coat and pants, but nothing high-vis. No backpack, no hiking poles. He moved in a weird pattern, not limping exactly, but kind of staggering, like he was trying to walk quietly, but didn't know how. I called out over the radio, This is Ranger Halder in Zone 8, visual on a possible hiker. No response to radio. Continuing to observe. The man didn't respond. He kept moving uphill toward a ridgeline I didn't recognize. The GPS didn't show a trail up there. That's when I noticed something else. He wasn't leaving prints. There was mud, soft forest floor. Anyone should have left a trail. But the area behind him looked undisturbed. I know how that sounds. I don't have an explanation for it. I just know what I saw. I tried to circle uphill to cut him off or get a better view. It took me about 15 minutes to get up there, moving fast and quiet. But when I reached the top, the man was gone. No sounds, no prints, nothing. Just a cold breeze and the sound of the trees creaking in the wind. But I found something else up there. Something I still can't explain. It was a clearing, maybe 20 feet across, where the ground had been scraped raw. All the pine needles, moss, twigs, everything natural had been stripped away. The soil looked churned, almost like a massive animal had rolled there, or something had been dragged over and over again. I walked into the clearing and felt this deep, gut-level wrongness. Like standing in the center of a crime scene. But no blood, no bones. Just raw ground and a smell I can only describe as sour earth and wet iron. I backed out of there, marked it, and hiked 10 miles straight to a backup ranger station we rarely use. No radio signal, no satellite ping, nothing. But it had a logbook and a sealed emergency supply locker. I bunked there that night. I didn't sleep at all. At some point near midnight, I heard movement outside. Crunching gravel, then dragging sounds. I sat in the dark, holding my sidearm, every muscle in my body locked. It stopped just outside the door. Then it was silent, dead silent, not even the wind. The next morning, I found deep gouges in the door frame. Not scratches, gouges. Like something had dug into the wood with steel or bone. No prints, no droppings. I photographed it all and packed up. I hiked back out over 2 days, not stopping except to eat and piss. No signs of the man or the thing or whatever had followed me that night. When I got back to the station, I filed my report. They told me to write it as evidence of transient human presence, possibly squatter, no threat detected. I asked if there were any missing person cases active in the region. They said no. A week later, I got curious. I dug into some old archives at HQ. Nothing digital, just paper logs and incident folders that hadn't been scanned yet. That's when I found the file. 3 hikers, 2 men and 1 woman, disappeared in 1991 in almost the exact same grid I had been patrolling. Never found. No bodies, no guide, no tracks. The only clue was that their last known location was listed as north boundary of Zone 8. Possible movement toward no access area. I also found a second file, dated 1984. A ranger named Curtis Thorne went missing during a snowstorm while on patrol in the same sector. He'd radioed in about a man without gear walking barefoot through deep snow. They never found his body either. Here's the part that stays with me. When I checked the map annotations in the margins of those reports, someone had drawn circles around the exact clearing I found. Handwritten notes, ground disturbed, pattern consistent with unknown animal behavior. Advise restrict further access. That entire section of forest has since been closed off due to erosion and safety concerns. But I know the truth. I don't know what I saw. I don't know who that man was, or what left those gouges, or why the GPS showed someone following me. But I know it wasn't some backwoods squatter or injured animal. I sent an anonymous tip to a guy named Dave Paulides a year later. He never replied, but I know he got it. Because now, every time I check his book index, there's a new entry that didn't used to be there. Bitterroot Range, Montana, 3 cases, 1984, 1991, 2017. All unsolved. All share matching environmental factors. And he circled the same clearing on the map. I worked as a park ranger in a Midwestern state for about 8 years, stationed at a conservation area that was large, heavily wooded, and surrounded by winding blacktop roads that cut through farmland, swampy patches, and deep woods. Most of it looked like the same stretches of tree line and ditch, but I knew every mile of it. That park was more familiar to me than my own home. I live alone in a trailer just outside the boundary, close enough that I could walk in if I needed to, which I often did during fire season. My job was quiet most of the time, keeping tabs on trailheads, monitoring wildlife, sometimes giving lost campers directions back to the main office. Simple things. Until that year. It started with a call from my brother. I was off duty and watching TV with a sandwich in my hand when he rang me up. He sounded shaken. I could hear him trying to catch his breath on the other end of the line. He said he was coming back from a late night shift and took the highway that runs north of the park, Route 26. It's 2 lanes and dark as hell. Just trees and cornfields on both sides. No lights. No houses. He told me he saw a deer just standing in the middle of the road. Wouldn't move. Its head was pointed downward like it was sniffing something, but it wasn't acting right. Not like any deer we'd grown up hunting or watching in the yard. He said he rolled up close, thinking it was sick or stunned. He even cracked his window to yell at it. Then it raised its head. He swore to me, absolutely swore, that it had no face. Not damaged, not bloody, not eaten. Just nothing. Smooth, blank, like a polished sheet of skin where a face should have been. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing. He said it looked right at him for several seconds, and he couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then it turned around and bolted off into the ditch. I thought he might be overtired or overthinking what he saw. I told him it was probably just a sick animal or his headlights playing tricks on him. But I could tell by the sound of his voice that he believed it, every word. He told me he had to get a shotgun just to calm himself down when he got home, even though the thing was long gone. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't forget it. My brother isn't the type to make things up. He's been in worse situations, car wrecks, storms, the works, but I'd never heard him that spooked. And then, about 3 weeks later, something else happened. This time it was on my watch. I had taken a patrol ATV down the back trails near the north entrance of the park. There are a few rarely used access roads for maintenance vehicles, mostly used during hunting season or to get to the fire towers. They're rough, overgrown, and not open to the public. That day, I was checking for downed trees after a storm had swept through. It was humid and overcast, the kind of day where everything feels heavy and the forest is unusually quiet. I reached a narrow dirt trail where a lot of elephant grass grows, thick stalks, easily over 6 or 7 feet tall in places. The grass was still wet from the rain, and my boots were soaked after walking just a few yards off the main path. I parked the ATV and walked a short distance to get a look at a small drainage culvert that often flooded. Nothing unusual there. As I turned back, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Something tall in the grass. At first I thought it was just a shadow, or maybe the wind shifting the blades. But it wasn't moving like grass. It was black, shaggy. I took a few slow steps forward, and that's when I realized I was looking at the back half of an animal. Just the hindquarters and tail. The tail was long, furred, and swaying ever so slightly. Its build was long and narrow, with legs that looked thin but strong. Almost like a Great Dane, but leaner. I couldn't see the head, only the back and sticking out of the grass. But here's what made my stomach drop. The top of its hindquarters came up past my shoulders, and I'm over 5'10". Whatever this thing was, it was enormous. No dog I'd ever seen stood that high at the hip. Not even close. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just watched it frozen. Then, without any warning or noise, it loped away into the brush. No growl, no rustle, just a silent retreat into the woods. I stood there for maybe a minute, listening, but I didn't hear a thing. I told myself it must have been a big feral dog, maybe a freakishly large wolf-dog hybrid. But I didn't believe that, not really. The size alone didn't make sense, and the way it moved, so quiet, so smooth, it wasn't normal. That's when I started digging into the reports. I looked through old incident logs, visitor complaints, handwritten notes. Most rangers ignore the weird stuff, especially if it comes from campers or teenagers. But I started looking with a different eye, and I found more than I expected. Over the last 10 years, there have been scattered reports of a strange deer with an unusual gait, unblinking eyes, or odd posture. A few logs mentioned campers feeling watched. One entry from former ranger said he spotted a large black animal on 2 legs outside the fire tower, but it was brushed off as a bear. One report stuck with me. It was written by a seasonal ranger who'd been patrolling the same north sector. He didn't go into detail, just wrote, "Strange animal near mile marker 48. Didn't feel right. Won't go back alone. Mile marker 48 was near the spot where I saw the tall black creature. I started doing more late-night patrols in that area. I told myself it was curiosity, but it wasn't. It was something deeper, a need to understand what I'd seen. Most of the time, it was dead quiet. Nothing moved. But every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of something dark slipping through the trees, always just at the edge of my flashlight. I could never get a clear look, but it was always there, watching. One night, just before the season changed, I parked my truck off a fire road and hiked into the woods alone. It was cold, not quite winter, but getting there. I had a thermal scope with me, not standard issue, but something I brought from home. I figured it might give me a better chance at spotting whatever was out there. I moved slow, scanning the trees, watching for heat signatures. About 30 minutes in, I saw something strange. A heat signature low to the ground, maybe 30 yards out. At first, I thought it was a deer bedded down, but it didn't move like a deer. It shifted side to side, head swaying. I got closer, just a few steps at a time. Then I saw it raise its head. Even through the scope, I could see something was wrong. The shape of the head wasn't right. Too smooth. No visible features. Just a blank surface reflecting heat. I lowered the scope and tried to see with my naked eyes, but I couldn't make it out clearly. Then it stood up. It went from maybe 3 feet tall to over 7 in one motion. I could hear it breathing now, wet, heavy, deliberate breaths that sounded wrong, almost too slow. I turned and backed up, trying not to make noise. But I stepped on a dry stick. The crack echoed. The thing moved so fast, I nearly dropped the scope. It didn't chase me. It didn't howl. It just shifted in my direction and took a single step. I saw its head turn toward me. And again, no face. No eyes, no mouth, no anything. Just blank skin like clay that had never been shaped. I ran. I'm not proud of it. I've been through blizzards, wildfires, even helped carry out bodies after accidents. But nothing has ever made me run like that night. I tore through the woods, cut up my arms, dropped my scope, and didn't stop until I hit the road and saw my truck. After that, I took time off, filed it as stress leave. I didn't sleep much. I kept my doors locked, my shotgun close, and a flashlight on at all times. But it didn't end there. A week later, I got a call from another ranger. He found something near the same stretch of road. A dead deer, but not roadkill. Its face was gone. Not torn off, not eaten, just missing. Smooth skin stretched across where its features should have been, like it had never been born with eyes or a nose. That was enough for me. I put in for transfer. Got reassigned to a different park 3 states away. It's quieter here, smaller, mostly prairie and flatland. I haven't seen anything strange since, but I still think about it. The blank head in the thermal scope, the enormous creature in the grass, my brother's story, the old logs from other rangers. I think something was moving through that area. I don't think it was a ghost or a spirit or anything like that. I think it was something real, biological, something rare, or maybe just secretive, maybe even something mutated. I don't know, but it was there, and I wasn't the only one who saw it. I don't tell people this story anymore. Most wouldn't believe it, and honestly, I don't blame them. But when I drive at night, especially through forested areas, I don't look too long at the deer on the side of the road. I keep my doors locked. I keep my lights on, and I never, ever roll down my window. I've been a park ranger for a long time now, and most of the time, it's uneventful work. Peaceful even. You get used to the silence, the rustling trees, and the endless loop of watching trails, helping lost hikers, checking permits, and making sure nobody's lighting fires where they shouldn't. Most people who come into these parks don't think about what could go wrong. And honestly, I didn't either for a long time. That changed after one specific call. I don't think I've looked at the woods the same way since then. It was midsummer, July if I remember right. Crater Lake National Park was at its peak visitor season. Warm days, clear skies, mosquitoes like tiny flying vampires, and campers sprawled all around the lake and deep into the surrounding forest. I was assigned to the southwest sector that season, an area that's less traffic than the rim, but but still gets its fair share of overnight hikers and campers. The call came in just after sunrise. I'd barely poured my second cup of stale black coffee when dispatch radioed in. Missing child, male, 10 years old, last seen at a campsite near one of the more remote backwoods zones, about 5 miles from the nearest access road. I scribbled the coordinates, grabbed my gear, and headed out in a Ranger truck. The terrain around that area is thick with pines and firs, and once you get off the designated trail, it gets dense fast. Lots of uneven slopes, fallen logs, and animal paths that can lead you miles off course if you're not paying attention. It's easy to get turned around if you don't have a compass or know the landmarks. When I arrived at the site, I was surprised how far in they had set up. It wasn't illegal, but most casual campers don't like dragging gear half a mile from the nearest trail. The campsite had 3 tents. 2 of them looked neatly set up. Fire pit was cold but used recently, and there were food wrappers tucked in a bear box nearby. I met the 2 older males who were already pacing and sweating, and a third, slightly older, who was sitting on a camp stool looking like he hadn't slept a wink. He stared at the forest like it had stolen something from him. They were brothers and cousins. The missing kid was the youngest brother, apparently. They told me he'd gone missing sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning. The man who woke up to use the bathroom noticed the tent zipper was wide open and the kid was gone. He figured maybe the kid wandered out to relieve himself, but after a few minutes of calling his name and not seeing or hearing anything, he woke the others. They searched all night until the sun came up and finally called for help. That part's important. They didn't wait until morning like a lot of people do. They searched right away. I asked them if the kid was a sleepwalker. They said no, never had any kind of issues like that. I asked about wild animals, coyotes, bears, anything that might have dragged him off. But there was no sign of struggle, no torn fabric, no blood, no scattered gear. Just an open tent zipper and an empty sleeping bag. We organized a formal search quickly. My team set up a perimeter grid search for hours. Helicopter came in. Dogs were brought. We covered a 5-mile radius and then extended it out. We found nothing for hours. Then just after noon, the radio crackled to life. One of the rangers who had gone a bit farther out than the rest of us said he'd found something, bare footprints. Small ones. Fresh. They led off the trail about 10 miles from the original campsite. That didn't make sense. A 10-year-old walking barefoot through brush and rocky forest for 10 miles in the dead of night with no flashlight or shoes, and somehow not screaming in pain or calling for help. It sounded ridiculous. But the prints were there, plain as day, in the soft dirt where the trees had held back the sun and the ground was still moist. We followed the prints for a while and then found him. The boy was sitting at the base of a tree near a small, dry creek bed, just sitting there, staring into the woods. He had nothing on but his underwear. No shivch, no socks, no shoes. His skin was scratched up. He was shivering a little, but otherwise he looked fine. No bruises, no broken bones, no panic. When we got to him, he looked at us like we were just more trees. We wrapped him in a blanket and carried him out. He barely spoke. Said he didn't know where he was or how he got there. He didn't remember leaving the tent. Said he fell asleep and woke up under that tree. Nothing in between. Later, in the ranger station, I sat in on the debrief. We kept asking questions. Did he hear anything before he left? Was he cold? Did he fall? Did he see any lights or people? Every answer was the same. I don't remember. That's the part that stuck with me. I've dealt with lost hikers. I've helped disoriented elderly folks. I've found kids who wandered off after getting bored and thinking they saw a cool animal. But this? 10 miles through dense woods, barefoot, no light at night, and nothing. No crying, no fear, no memory. I stayed late after my shift that night, just sitting on the porch of the ranger office. It was dark. The forest was alive with its usual sounds. Wind pushing through treetops, branches cracking now, and then maybe a deer rustling leaves somewhere out there. But it felt heavier than normal. I couldn't stop thinking about how easy it would be to get up, walk into the trees, and just vanish. Like the forest had a mouth and it swallowed people sometimes. The next morning, the family packed up and left. The boy still hadn't remembered anything. His cousin pulled me aside before they got in the car. He looked exhausted. Said the whole thing reminded him of those stories he'd read online. stuff by this guy named David Paulides who writes about strange disappearances in national parks. People vanishing without a trace, sometimes found miles away, confused and missing clothes. I'd heard of that guy, never paid much attention to it. Figured it was just internet junk food for bored conspiracy types. But after that day, I started reading. Not because I believe everything in those books. Not because I think there's some grand theory about people vanishing. But because it made me realize something important. This place, these parks, people think they understand them. They think nature is this peaceful, quiet, controllable thing. But it's not. It's wild. And sometimes things happen that don't make sense, not because of ghosts or aliens or whatever, but because we are small and the woods are big. I went back to that spot a few weeks later, alone. I wanted to see it again, try to make sense of it. I walked from the original campsite to the tree where we found him. It took me over 2 hours, and I was fully dressed, had water, and knew where I was going. The trail was brutal. Thorns, loose rocks, steep parts. I couldn't imagine doing that as a kid in the dark with no shoes and not making a sound. There was nothing at that tree, just bark, old branches, and a dead beetle shell crushed under a rock. I stood there a long time. I didn't get any answers, just silence and wind. Since then, I've taken every missing person report seriously. Every time a parent turns around and their kid is gone, every time a hiker doesn't check in when they should, I remember that kid. I remember the open tent flap, the tracks, the blank stare on his face when we found him. I still work in the parks, still love the woods in a way, but I don't camp anymore. Not deep in, not overnight. I don't trust the dark quiet anymore. Not because I'm afraid of what's out there, but because I know how easy it is to lose something in it. Even now, years later, I wonder what really happened that night. Maybe he sleepwalked. Maybe his brain shut down part of the memory. Maybe the human mind just isn't built to understand what it goes through in moments like that. Or maybe the forest took him for a little while. Just long enough to remind us that we don't belong out there the way we think we do. And when people ask me if Crater Lake is worth visiting, I say yes. It's beautiful, stunning. The lake is the deepest blue you'll ever see. But I always add this, don't stray too far from your tent. And if you do, zip it up tight. I've worked as a park ranger in Michigan for going on 19 years now. Most people think the job is just about sitting in a tower with binoculars, checking permits, or reminding tourists not to feed the raccoons. And sure, sometimes it's that. But the job also puts you out in the middle of nowhere, sometimes for days with no roads, no people, no cell service, and a whole lot of time to think. That's when you learn the woods aren't always peaceful. They aren't magical or haunted either. They're just wild, uncaring. And sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you'll see something that doesn't have an explanation. Not because it's supernatural, but because someone meant for it to be that way. It was a few summers back, early June. The weather was just starting to turn properly warm, but the bugs hadn't yet gone full kamikaze. I was doing a week-long solo patrol deep in the Pigeon River Country State Forest, which spreads across northeast Michigan near Gaylord. One of the last truly wild stretches of land downstate. Over 100,000 acres of forest, pine, maple, beech, and nearly untouched outside the managed trails and fire lines. I had a route planned. Most of my patrols took me through known areas, marked trails, designated camping spots, even a few remote cabins used for backcountry camping. But this patrol was a little different. The DNR had gotten a tip from a pair of fishermen who'd been camping off one of the old two tracks, far from any maintained roads. They claimed to find some old structure in the woods, part foundation, part shack, along with weird stuff inside. Gun barrels, snowshoes, old bedding, that kind of thing. The men didn't stick around, but they gave us a rough bearing and mentioned a stream nearby. My supervisor wanted it checked out. Make sure no one's squatting or building illegal hunting blinds or doing God knows what out there. I agreed. That kind of thing wasn't uncommon in the backwoods. Sometimes it was just old trappers' cabins or makeshift camps that had been abandoned decades ago. Other times, you'd run into someone who didn't want to be found. I packed light, just my 70-liter ruck, my rifle, GPS, 2 canteens, dried food, and my usual survival gear. I had a mountain bike in the bed of my truck strapped down tight. The plan was simple. Drive as far in as I could on a forest road, ditch the truck, bike in on an old two-track, then hoof it the rest of the way if necessary. I figured it'd be 3 days in, 1 day out, with some flex time if I found anything worth reporting. The first day was uneventful. I found a decent place to hide the truck off a forgotten gravel road near Hardwood Lake, then pedaled down a two-track that was more sand and roots than trail. The mosquitoes were thick in the low-lying areas, and every mile took real effort. But I was used to it. I'd done this kind of thing every summer since my early 20s. About 8 miles in, I spotted a narrow split off the main track, barely visible with all the overgrowth. Tall grass and brambles had almost hidden the entrance completely. If I hadn't been looking closely, I would have passed it. I took it. Within half an hour, I had to ditch the bike entirely. The trail narrowed into a game path, too rough to ride. I pulled my ruck tighter and hiked in. The forest changed the deeper I went. Fewer signs of human traffic. Fallen trees lay untouched, not cleared. No trash, no trail markers, just raw woods. I walked for another hour, tracking the stream the fisherman mentioned. Finally, I heard running water. I followed it and found a narrow stream, maybe 4 feet wide, knee-deep, moving fast. Clean cold. And there it was, the foundation. At first glance, it looked like a pile of rocks, but as I stepped closer, I saw the outline. A rectangular perimeter, rocks set in rows, about 30 by 20 feet. No mortar, just dry stacked stone, each about the size of a brick. The whole thing was overgrown with moss and grass, but the structure was clear. Whoever built it knew what they were doing. Just a few feet away stood a small wooden shack, maybe 10 feet from the stream. Rough-cut boards nailed together, low roof, no windows. It was so short, I had to crouch to look inside. What I saw inside stuck with me. Rusted-out gun barrels leaned in one corner, maybe 6 or 7 of them, stripped of stocks and bolts. Fishing poles with rotted lines. A cast-iron pan, its bottom warped. A pair of snowshoes with leather bindings turned to dust. An old cot frame. Even a small wood-burning stove, tipped over on its side. All covered in dust and spiderwebs, untouched for years. No footprints. No recent activity. But someone had once lived out here. I walked the area, made notes, took GPS coordinates, then set up camp about 20 feet away on a small flat clearing. I boiled some water, made dinner, freeze-dried beef stew, and sat watching the sun go down behind the trees. The woods were alive. Birds called. Frogs croaked. Crickets chirped. The stream gurgled. It was peaceful, familiar. I hung my food, as usual, using a high branch and some paracord. Bears weren't uncommon, and I'd rather not tempt them. Then I crawled into my tent and zipped up for the night. That's when the sounds started. It was after midnight. I wasn't asleep yet, just dozing. The tent was warm, and I'd left the rainfly open to see the stars. That part of Michigan, with no light pollution, lets you see everything. I was staring up when I heard a grunt from across the stream. At first I thought deer, then elk, then maybe a black bear. The sound was deep, rough, not aggressive, but steady. A few minutes passed, then another grunt, followed by a sound I still can't describe easily. Something between a baby's whine and a cat's mewl. Faint, high-pitched, then another grunt. I stayed still, listening. The sounds went on, off and on, for what felt like hours. Always from across the stream. Never closer, never farther. Just there. Then, near dawn, silence again. I got out of the tent at first light. The air was still and damp. Birds chirped. Everything looked normal. But the smell hit me immediately, like spoiled meat. Thick, rotting, not fresh. The kind of smell that clings to your clothes and your throat. I figure maybe a deer died upstream. Coyotes could have taken it. Happens all the time. I walked toward the food bag to check on it and noticed a few flies buzzing around. I figured maybe something got into the food or the smell drew them. But when I turned the corner behind my tent, I stopped cold. 3 deer hung from a tree, not by rope or cord, by vines. Green, still living, thick as a thumb and knotted tight around each animal's rear legs. Each vine looped over a different branch. The deer were gutted, their hides removed. Clean cuts, professional, no fur, no blood beneath them, just hanging there, limp, swinging slightly in the breeze. Each head had been placed on the ground in front of the hanging body, pointed directly at my tent. I stood there for at least 30 seconds, not moving, just staring, not scared yet, just stunned, my brain trying to process what I was looking at. The vines were tied in a way I'd never seen before. Complex knots, not bushcraft, not hunting rigging, something else. I took a step forward. No tracks, no drag marks, no boot prints, no blood trail, no scuffs in the pine needles. Whoever, or whatever, did this hadn't left a trace. That's when the fear set in. Not the jump scare kind of fear. The slow, spreading kind that gets into your bones. The kind that tells you you're being watched. That you're not alone. I didn't see anyone. Didn't hear anyone. But I felt it. I backed up, went straight for my gear, and packed fast. I didn't eat. Didn't even take down the tent properly. Just rolled it and strapped it haphazardly. I shouldered the pack, rifle in hand, and started back down the trail the way I'd come. The whole walkout, I kept looking over my shoulder. Nothing followed me. Nothing made a sound. It was dead quiet. Not even birds. That's what really unnerved me. How silent it was. I made it back to my bike by early afternoon. Rode to the truck. Drove straight to the DNR station without stopping. When I walked in, covered in sweat and dirt, I gave the whole report to the officer on duty. He listened, then just stared at me for a while. Didn't look shocked. Didn't ask questions. Just picked up the phone, dialed a number, and muttered something about another skinned deer report near the stream. Another. I didn't stick around to ask what he meant. I signed my report, logged the GPS coordinates, and left. I've gone back to that forest since. But not that area. Not that stream. And never alone. Some things aren't ghosts. They're not monsters. They're just out there, hidden, waiting. And the forest keeps its secrets well. I've read hundreds of reports since then. Talked to rangers in other states. And once in a while, someone mentioned something similar. Skinned animals. No tracks. Vines used like rope. No explanation. I don't have answers. I only have the memory. I still think about those deer. The perfect cuts. The missing blood. The way the heads stared at my tent. It wasn't nature. And it wasn't a predator. It was someone. Or a group. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Someone who knew how to vanish. Someone who strung up 3 deer not to eat, but to send a message. And I got it loud and clear. I haven't camped alone since. I don't usually talk about that night. Not because I'm ashamed or trying to make it into something it wasn't, but because when I tell it, people always expect something else, something supernatural or insane. But that's not what happened. What happened was real, and in a way, it's more disturbing because of that. Before I became a park ranger, I lived in a very rural area for most of my life. We had one of those old ranch-style homes, the kind that looks like it was built more out of practicality than comfort. Single story, long porch, chipped white paint, and surrounded on all sides by woods and mountain ridges. You could just barely see the rooftops of other houses if you looked through the trees on a clear day. But at night, you felt like you were the only soul alive for miles. We had well water, no streetlights, and barely a cell signal. I loved it. Growing up like that gives you a certain respect for nature. You learn quickly that things out there don't care about your comfort or your schedule. The seasons move, animals come and go, and you're just another piece in the bigger system. Nothing romantic about it, just the way things are. We had a dog named Buster. Big old pit bull. He wasn't one of those muscle-bound, crop deer types people bred for looks or intimidation. He was thick, yeah, but sturdy in a real working dog kind of way. White with patches of brindle. We got him when I was 15, and by the time this happened, I was around 20. I had just turned 18 2 years prior, and my father, a hard and quiet man, had given me his .357 Magnum as a birthday gift. Said it was time I had something I could rely on, especially living this far from help. We had a large fenced area out back for Buster. Plenty of space for him to run and play. We didn't chain him. We didn't need to. He had his own doghouse built with leftover lumber from when we redid the deck. A solid A-frame shelter with a thick blanket inside and a heat pad for the winter months. He was happy out there. We'd let him in the house sometimes, sure, but mostly he liked his yard. He had freedom, food, and he could see everything from that yard. This happened in July. I remember because it was one of those still, heavy summer nights where even the moon seems like it's sweating. I had gone to bed with the windows cracked open, the ceiling fan on low, and that slow buzz of crickets outside that always helped lull me to sleep. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still pitch black outside. The kind of black where your eyes can't find a shape or corner to settle on. But something had woken me. A sound. At first, I thought it was a woman screaming. That's honestly what it sounded like. High, sharp, and broken. It wasn't continuous either. It would come in bursts like something was in pain. Not yelling out of anger, but agony. Ragged, raw-throated shrieks that echoed through the trees. I sat up in bed, heart already starting to beat harder. That's the kind of sound that sets something off inside you, like an alarm bell from when humans still lived in caves. I threw the blanket off and grabbed the revolver from the drawer next to my bed. No time to get dressed. I was just in a pair of thin shorts. My skin was sticky with sweat, but that didn't matter. I was wide awake now. The thought hit me hard. Asterisk, asterisk, Buster, asterisk, asterisk. I remember running through the hallway toward the kitchen where the back door was. The wood floor felt like ice under my bare feet, and every creak it made sounded too loud. When I reached the door, I saw that the porch light was already on, and my father was standing there. He had his shotgun in one hand and the big 1,000 lumen spotlight in the other. He had already heard it. That gave me both comfort and worry. If he thought it was serious, it was... We stepped out onto the back porch, and there was again that screaming sound. Now it was accompanied by something else. Rustling. Heavy, irregular movement in the woods just beyond the fence line. You could hear the brush being pushed and broken. Branches cracking. That's when we saw Buster. He was pressed hard against the fence, right where it met the tree line. Not backing away. His whole body was stiff, his back legs bent low like he was ready to lunge, but he wasn't barking like normal. This wasn't his someone's in the driveway bark. This was different. Deep angry. The kind of guttural, snarling growl that sounds more like a warning than a threat. His hackles were up, and even from the porch, I could see how tense his body was. We started moving toward the fence, weapons ready. The ground was damp and soft underfoot, summer dew. Every step we took made a quiet squish sound. That horrible scream rang out one more time, closer this time, and then we heard something else. Limping. It was subtle but clear. A thud and drag, thud and drag. Something was moving just past the tree line, but not fast. It didn't sound healthy. Then it stopped. No more screams. No more rustling. Just the thick silence of the woods holding its breath. Buster stood there for a few more minutes, still watching the tree line like he expected something to come back out. But nothing did. Slowly, his growling died down. He relaxed just enough to walk away from the fence and head back toward his doghouse. Didn't even look at us. Just trotted back to his bed and lay down with a huff. That was enough for us. We called it. Buster was coming inside that night. We didn't want to take chances. Not because we were scared of ghosts or monsters, but because we knew how dangerous a wild animal can be, especially if it's injured or desperate. I let Buster into my room, laid out his inside bed at the foot of mine, and he flopped down hard. He was hot, panting, but not injured as far as I could tell. I checked him over quick. No blood, no limping. I climbed back into bed, revolver still nearby, and finally got some sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I stretched, looked down at Buster, and froze. There were deep scratches all over his side. Long, red marks that hadn't been there last night. They weren't bleeding heavily, but they were raw and painful looking. Worse than that, he had 2 puncture wounds on his back left leg, near the thigh. The fur around them was matted with blood. They weren't from another dog. These were wide and deep. I ran my hand gently over his side, and he flinched but didn't growl. He trusted me. I didn't wait. I wrapped him in a towel and carried him to the truck. The vet was about 25 minutes down the mountain. I kept looking back at him the whole drive, trying to figure out how I hadn't seen those wounds the night before. Maybe the adrenaline made me miss it. Maybe the lighting was too dim. I don't know, but there they were. The vet gave him a round of antibiotics, cleaned the wounds, and gave me some pain meds and ointment to use. He said the injuries were consistent with a wildcat, likely a bobcat or even a mountain lion if it was small or juvenile. The punctures, he said, were probably from the cat's front paws during a pounce. The scratches were from the back claws, which cats use when they wrap their prey and kick. That made me feel sick. When I got home, I followed the path Buster had taken in the backyard. You could still see dry blood in the grass. I grabbed my rifle and headed past the fence, scanning the area carefully. About 50 or 60 yards in, I found it. The body of a wildcat, slumped against the base of a pine tree. It wasn't a huge one, maybe 80 pounds at most, but it was definitely a mountain lion. Not full grown, still big enough to kill a man if it wanted to. Its side was caked in blood, and I could see deep bite marks around the throat. Buster had gotten it good. Its belly had been ripped open during the fight. It must have limped away after the attack and bled out there. I stood there for a long time, staring at it. The most disturbing part? This cat was skinny. Too skinny. Its ribs were showing through its fur, and its back legs were almost bony. Desperation does something to animals. Makes them brave. Makes them attack things they shouldn't. It had probably been stalking Buster for days, testing the fence, trying to figure out a weak point. That night, it found one, or maybe it just leapt the fence out of sheer hunger. Either way, it paid the price. I buried it not far from where I found it. Didn't feel right leaving it there to rot. Say what you want about predators, but it wasn't evil. It was just starving. That night changed the way I saw the woods. Not in a dramatic way. Not like I was suddenly afraid to go outside, but it reminded me of something I already knew deep down. The wild doesn't care who you are. You're not special. You're just meat, bone, and blood like anything else. And sometimes the only thing standing between you and something terrible is a good dog and a fence that holds. Buster healed up fine. Lived for another 6 years after that. Slept inside a lot more after that night, though. And me? I became a park ranger a year later. I think part of me wanted to understand animals like that more. I've seen bears tear apart dumpsters and wolves circle a campsite. I've seen moose charge trucks and coyotes take deer right outside the ranger station. But nothing ever rattled me like that night with Buster. Because it didn't happen miles away. It didn't happen to someone else. It happened right in my backyard while I was asleep with nothing but a chain link fence and a good dog keeping it from ending worse. That's why I don't laugh when someone tells me they heard something strange in the woods. I don't roll my eyes when campers say they think something was watching them. Because sometimes they're right. And it doesn't have to be a ghost. It just has to be hungry. I used to work as a park ranger near a small town that bordered the edges of a large conservation area tucked deep in the hills. It wasn't a national park, nothing that grand, but it was big enough to have long trails, old gravel roads, deep forest, and more wildlife than the average visitor was ready for. People who came out there either really loved nature or really needed to get away from people. The area I patrolled most often included the Curtis Dam, an old concrete structure built decades ago to manage flooding during spring thaws. It had a wide reservoir behind it and an open spillway, and the whole structure had aged in that gray, moss-covered way that makes everything feel heavier than it is. People came there to fish mostly, or just to walk the trail above the dam and stare off at the water. But the area wasn't that busy overall, especially in the off-season. That suited me just fine. This happened in 2017. I'd already been with the Ranger Service for 4 years by that point, and I was used to all the things that came with the job, whether turning on a dime, idiot hikers getting lost 500 yards from their cars, animal calls in the night that made the hair on your arm stand up for no real reason. I thought I'd seen everything you could see in the woods that wasn't on a Discovery Channel documentary. I thought that until one night that still messes with my head, even now, years later. It didn't start weird. It started boring. It was a Friday night, and I'd taken an extra shift covering the Curtis sector because one of the other rangers called in sick. The higher-ups didn't love us patrolling alone at night, but it happened more often than they'd admit. Budget cuts, lack of staff, the usual. I had a beat-up Ford Ranger or a radio that barely worked in the hills and a few rounds in my sidearm. Not that I'd ever had to draw it on anything more threatening than a wild hog. I remember parking just off the service road that ran near the north end of the dam, right where the old asphalt peeled away into thick gravel. It was just after 10 p.m. The night was cold but dry. No wind. My breath fogged up a bit as I got out of the truck, and started walking the trail that runs parallel to the reservoir. The place was dead quiet except for the distant croaking of frogs down by the waterline. About 10 minutes into the patrol, I saw something out of place. At first, I thought it was just someone walking along the fence line near the edge of the old flood control garden, back when this place had a small nursery to replant damaged areas of the forest. The area was abandoned now, just old wire fencing and overgrown shrubs. But what caught my attention wasn't the person, it was how they were walking. Stumbling, not drunk exactly, off balance in a way that looked wrong. Their whole frame swayed, shoulders hunched, arms too loose at their sides. I squinted. They were tall, frail looking, long limbs. The way the figure moved reminded me of someone with a spine injury trying to walk through mud. I was about to call out. Then something happened that froze me in place. From behind one of the fences, a dog barked. It sounded like a mid-sized mutt. The figure, who I could now see was wearing something black and tight-looking, stopped, bent down, and picked the dog up by the scruff. Not gently. It jerked the dog into the air, tossed it a few feet upward like it weighed nothing, then kicked it as it came down. Hard. The dog yelped. It flew across the gravel road and hit the far fence with a thud. I felt my stomach turn. It wasn't just the violence, it was the way the kick looked. It wasn't awkward or accidental. It was precise, like a gymnast finishing a routine, effortless and practiced. I stepped forward, instinct more than anything. I didn't shout. My mouth had gone dry. That's when the figure changed. Not in a sci-fi, werewolf movie kind of way, but its whole posture shifted like it had just pulled off a heavy coat, like it had uncoiled somehow. The slouched, thin frame expanded, shoulders rising, chest puffing, legs widening at the stance. The silhouette became huge, solid, like it had added 100 pounds of muscle in under a second. The way it stood reminded me of those bodybuilders who can barely lower their arms because of how thick they are. Only, I couldn't see skin. What I thought was a black hoodie or tight clothes looked more like short black fur. Not slick, not shiny. More like the way cowhide looks when it's been dried out in the sun. And the face. Jesus. No features. No mouth. No nose. Just two massive, wide, pale eyes. They didn't glow. They didn't reflect light. They just looked at me. Dead still. I reached for my radio and pressed the button. Static. I tried again. Still nothing. Then it screamed. Not out loud. Not like something you'd hear through your ears. It was like something vibrating inside your teeth, deep in your skull, like when you're too close to a huge speaker and the bass hits. Except this wasn't music. It was pain. No lights came on from the nearby houses. Nobody opened a window, but all the dogs on that side of the neighborhood, dozens of them, started barking at once, like they all felt something before they heard it. I dropped the radio and took a step back, but I didn't run. I should have, but my legs wouldn't work right. The figure moved again. Quick. Violent. It slammed a closed fist into the wall of a nearby sandstone retaining barrier that bordered the garden path. Two of the stones, each probably 15 pounds minimum, cracked in half and scattered like chalk. Then it turned and walked toward a nearby street lamp. Not ran, walked. Casually, like it was waiting for us to make a move. It grabbed the steel pole and shook it like it was trying to break it out of the ground. The metal groaned. I heard stones grinding underfoot as the foundation gave way. The lights sparked once, went out, and stayed dark. That's when the neighborhood woke up. I saw curtains move, lights turn on in houses, doors opened in the distance. People had heard that because it was real, not whatever that scream had been. This was physical, real-world sound. I didn't wait around for more. I grabbed the flashlight from my belt, took one last look toward the figure, and started backing up toward the truck. The figure didn't chase. It didn't follow. It just stared, then turned and walked calmly toward the outer wall of the reservoir. There was a 2-meter-high cement wall that divided the footpath from the flood channel. The figure reached it, crouched slightly, and launched itself up and over like it weighed nothing. What happened next was even stranger. As I watched from the road, it moved along the concrete path in short, sharp bursts like stop motion. 1 second, it was 20 feet ahead. I blinked. It was farther. Blink again, farther still. It didn't blur. It didn't sprint. It just seemed to skip forward in pieces, covering ground faster than anything should. It stopped at the crossroads at the top of the hill and leaned against a railing, arms folded, waiting. I didn't stick around to find out why. I got in the truck, backed up without turning around, and drove all the way back to the main station without stopping once. I didn't radio it in. I didn't make a report. I just sat in the parking lot until my shift ended at 6 a.m. Over the next week, I tried to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, or a bear with mange, or some drugged-up lunatic in a fur coat. But none of it made sense. Not the way it moved. Not the sound it made. Not the silence from the town when it screamed. A few days later, the maintenance report came in. The street lamp near the garden path had been completely pulled loose from its base. All the concrete around it was crushed inward. The steel pole had twisted 2 degrees off axis. It took the city 2 weeks to repair it. No cause was listed in the report. Just unexplained vandalism. Later that month, I started hearing whispers from locals. People talking about something they called the Curdy's monster. No yo. It was mostly teenagers at first, stories from their older brothers or uncles. They said it showed up near the dam sometimes, always after midnight, always when it was quiet. Some said it only came out if you were alone. Others swore it hated dogs. One woman, a friend of mine whose son had been out partying near the reservoir a year before, told me something strange. Her son had seen the same thing, or something close to it. And a week later, her family friend who dabbled in the old Romani spiritual stuff told her, without even being asked, to tell her son to stay away from the dam. She said whatever he saw was not meant to be challenged. I stayed on the job another 6 months, but I never went back to the Curdy's sector alone after dark. Either swap shifts, make excuses. If I had to patrol it, I'd only go during the day. And even then, I stuck to the outer trails. Eventually, I put in for reassignment. Transferred out to another district. Different forest. Different hours. To this day, I don't know what I saw, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a ghost or demon or fairy tale. It was something else. Something that doesn't want to be seen until it does. And I swear, if you ever find yourself near Curdy's Dam past 10 p.m., don't look too long at the shadows. Because sometimes they look back and they remember. I've worked as a park ranger up and down California for over a decade, and I've seen and heard more strange things in the forest than I can count. Most of them have reasonable explanations. Wind can sound like voices. Trees can crack like gunshots. Animals move like people sometimes. I've trained myself to not jump at shadows and not to overthink every sound I hear at night. That kind of mindset can keep a ranger sane. But I still remember 2 particular nights that shook me more than anything else I've experienced in the wild. And both of them have stuck with me in ways I don't think I'll ever shake. The first one happened during a routine assignment in Butano State Park. If you don't know it, Butano sits on the San Mateo coast, full of damp redwoods, foggy trails, and slippery hills that seem to suck your boots down into the mud every chance they get. It's especially miserable in winter, cold, dark, and wet. That's when this happened. I was tagging along with a group of Boy Scouts that had gotten special permission for a winter hiking event through some of the denser trail systems. I wasn't leading them. I was just assigned to monitor the area, check trail safety, and offer assistance if things went sideways. I'd hiked this area dozens of times before, but it always had that closed-in feel when the rains came. The trees seemed to lean in too close, the air stays heavy, and visibility drops so much you could almost miss a bear if it stood still. The group had set up camp off a loop trail, about a mile from the nearest road access. It was one of those large groups, 6 or 7 adults, and maybe a dozen kids, all middle school aged. They weren't elite hikers, not SER level survivalists, just a bunch of overexcited kids and some tired scout leaders trying to keep everyone dry and fed. We had bare containers, extra tarps, even a small propane burner, and everyone was in relatively good spirits for day one, despite the downpour. That first night was noisy. The kids wouldn't shut up until close to 11, and even after that, I kept hearing the raccoons rummaging around. They're bold out there, really bold. At around 2 a.m., I was woken up by the sound of something big rolling downhill. I got out with my light, and found two of our bear canisters had been pushed all the way down into a shallow gully. Raccoons had gotten into them somehow and nudged them over and over until they rolled down the slope and splashed into a creek. It took me nearly an hour to find both and drag them back up. I tied them together the second night and wedged them between some thick trunks. Not elegant, but it worked. The second day, we packed up and hiked along a trail that curved east through dense redwoods. It was wet and cold, and the forest was quiet, almost too quiet for a group with this many people. We walked for hours, and at one point the trail intersected with a narrow road. No signage, just a cracked, moss-covered asphalt path that wound uphill and vanished around a bend. We followed it out of curiosity for maybe 5 minutes and came across a checkpoint. It was a small shack, looked like an old guard booth, windowless, empty, with half of its roof caved in from a fallen limb. Fencing stretched from both sides into the woods, rusted and half collapsed. There were no official signs anymore. No warnings, no logos, nothing. Just an old road and a shack. We didn't go inside. The other adults, and I guessed it was an abandoned prison or juvenile facility. We weren't far from the old fire roads that connect to closed state land, and sometimes facilities get shut down and left to rot. The kids didn't seem to care, but the other adults didn't want to linger too long. We took a water break there, then turned back to the trail. The rest of the hike that day was uneventful. The forest swallowed up the weird checkpoint as if it had never existed. That night, we made camp deeper into the woods. The rain had let up a bit, but the fog was thick and the air held that wet chill that seeps into your bones. We cooked simple food, told some stories, and the kids were actually calmer than the night before. Everyone went to bed early, worn out from the hike. I don't sleep heavily out there, especially with kids around. Around 1 a.m., I was wide awake. At first, I didn't know why. Then I heard it. Gunfire. It started with a single shot. Sharp, loud, and echoing. Then a pause. Another shot. Then another. Then two more. Then suddenly a burst of gunfire, multiple weapons, different calibers, close enough to feel in my chest. I froze. This wasn't fireworks, and it wasn't someone firing off a few plinkers. These are long guns. Rifles. Big ones. One of them sounded like a semi-auto with a big mag, and it was being dumped fast. There had to be at least 3 different shooters. Maybe more. The sound was coming from the direction of the abandoned shack. No more than 100, maybe 150 yards away. It wasn't moving, just staying in one place like a firefight or some kind of organized training. After the first wave of fire, there was a break. Then another burst. The shots were loud and fast, not full auto, but close. Then came the heaviest sounding one. It had this deep bark to it, like a .308 or a battle rifle. That one kept going even after the rest stopped. It sounded like controlled double taps, followed by a pause, then another series. Over and over. I got out of my sleeping bag and unzipped my tent without turning on my light. The brush was thick, but I knew the trail well enough. I slipped out, ducked low, and crept through the woods toward the other tents. 30 yards through wet grass and slick roots, crouching low in my jacket and holding my breath. At the other adult site, I found 2 of the leaders already awake. We just looked at each other, nobody speaking, all listening. The kids somehow were still asleep. We listened for nearly 20 minutes. The firing kept going, then suddenly stopped. Total silence. We didn't do anything that night. There was no cell reception out there, and no radio towers near enough to reach. Even if we could have contacted someone, what would we have said? We heard gunfire near an abandoned building. There wasn't even proof anyone was injured. Just gunfire in the middle of the night, deep in the forest with no clear cause. In the morning, it was all anyone could talk about, at least among the adults. The kids mostly missed it. A couple said they'd heard popping noises but thought it was thunder or dreams. We packed up early and hiked out. No one wanted to stick around another night. Once I got back to the ranger station, I asked my supervisor about the old road and the shack. He didn't seem too alarmed. Sometimes people break into the old prison property, he told me. They use the gun range back there. Unauthorized. We try to catch them, but it's hard to patrol. That was it. That was the explanation. People, maybe local militias or bored hunters, breaking into an abandoned facility to use a decades-old gun range, illegally, in the middle of the night with high-caliber rifles, within earshot of a dozen sleeping kids. No arrests, no citations, just a shrug and a note in the log. I tried to put it out of my mind, told myself that it was nothing, but that kind of noise sticks with you. That deep, sharp sound of live fire in a quiet forest. It stayed in my ears for weeks. The second story happened a couple years later, and it's quieter in a way. More personal. I was on solo rotation near Silver Peak Wilderness, off the southern end of Big Sur. It's beautiful country, remote, steep, full of switchbacks and cliffs, and fog that rolls in like waves. My job was trail inspection. I'd hike out with a pack, spend the night, document damage or erosion, and report back. Nothing fancy. This particular trip, I was about 5 miles from the nearest road, camped on a flat patch tucked between two low ridges. I had a small tent, my gear, and a good weather window. It was late afternoon when I arrived, and I spent the last daylight hour cooking a small dinner, beans, rice, and jerky, and cleaning up the area. The sun dropped fast behind the trees, and I crawled into my bag and zipped the tent shut. The first hour of sleep came easy. I was tired from the hike, and the air was still. But around 10:30, maybe a bit later, I woke up to a sound. Crunch. Not loud, just a soft, distinct crunch, like a boot on dry leaves. Then another. Crunch. 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 I held my breath. Waited. It stopped. I moved my head just slightly to orient myself. The sound had been behind me, toward the edge of the tent. But when I moved, even slightly, it went silent. I listened for a full minute. Nothing. I lowered my head, tried to relax, told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer, maybe a possum. Then it started again. Crunch, 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 crunch. I sat up slightly, listening harder. It wasn't constant. For steps, then silence, like someone creeping slowly. Again I moved, and again it stopped. This pattern repeated. Every time I relaxed, the steps would start. Every time I moved to listen, they stopped. By midnight, I was wide awake and sweating. My flashlight sat next to me, but I didn't want to turn it on. I didn't want to let whatever it was know I was awake. Finally, I'd had enough. I turned over, slowly, and unzipped the tent flap just an inch. Then another. Then enough to stick my hand out with the flashlight. I clicked it on. Nothing. No sounds. No steps. Just trees. Silent forest. I checked around the whole tent. I've been working as a park ranger in the western states for a good chunk of my adult life. Nearly 2 decades now. Most folks imagine the job's just about pointing tourists toward waterfalls or checking permits. But out here where the land stretches so far you start to feel like the last person on Earth, the job gets a bit more complicated. Especially when you throw in weather, terrain, wildlife, and the kind of silence that only really exists miles from anything man-made. The thing about this job is, once you've done it long enough, your sense of comfort changes. Cities start to feel loud and wrong. You stop caring about things like phone reception or having a supermarket nearby. What starts to feel like home is the sound of wind cutting through pine or the crunch of dry grass under your boots at sunrise. You learn to trust your gut, too. Out here, it's the only thing between you and a long, cold night you might not come back from. This happened about 3 years ago, right before the official start of winter. I was on a scheduled solo patrol across a stretch of state land up in northern Wyoming, where flat prairies kiss the edge of dense pine forests and the dirt roads roll out like ribbons over frozen hills. The kind of place where GPS is mostly useless and it takes hours to get from point A to point B. The department had issued a warning about a few abandoned hunting camps, some reported littering, and one possible case of illegal trapping. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I had a couple days blocked off for the patrol, and since I tend to combine these trips with personal time, I figured I'd knock it all out in one long overnight and spend some time camped out under the stars. I always bring Jake with me. He's my big OL bloodhound. I've had him since he was a pup. He's been with me through more than one sketchy situation, and he's earned his keep 100 times over. He's obedient, clever, and tough as nails. And most importantly, he doesn't panic unless something's really wrong. We were about 35 miles from the last paved road, way past anything with signage. Just a faint track that curved through the prairie like a forgotten scar, climbing gentle slopes and dipping into quiet valleys. The land flattened out ahead of us, and I found a clearing to set up camp. Prairie on three sides, thick ponderosa pine forest wrapping around the back. The kind of clearing that made you feel like you were the last person in the world. There weren't any tire tracks, no footprints, not even a broken twig to show someone had been there before. The temperature was dropping quick. It was below freezing by late afternoon, and the wind had a bite to it. Jake didn't mind. He was sniffing around the edges of the clearing, snorting clouds of steam into the air, his tail wagging like always. Here was a bell on his collar, just a small thing clipped with a little carabiner so I can keep track of him. I've gotten used to hearing that faint jingling somewhere nearby when we're out on these trips. It's a comforting sound. I pitched my tent near the truck and gathered enough wood to get a big fire going. I brought some thick logs for fuel, and once the flames were roaring, the cold didn't seem as bad. Jake would wander out to the edges of the woods, then come back to flop down by the fire, his head resting on his paws, his ears twitching. I cracked open a beer and put on some old classic rock for my phone. Nothing fancy, just loud enough to keep the silence at bay. After a while, I got lost in the rhythm of it all, tossing logs into the fire, staring up at the sky, which was already speckled with stars. Time slows out there. You stop checking your watch. There's no schedule, no appointments. Just the fire, the dog, the cold air, and the sky. Maybe 20 minutes went by before I realized I hadn't seen Jake in a bit. I looked around casually first. He usually didn't wander far, but there was no sign of him near the fire or the truck. I turned the music off and called out. Nothing. I listened hard and didn't hear the bell either. That got my attention. I got up and circled the camp a few times. I whistled and called louder. Still nothing. Not a rustle, not a jingle. The sky was fully dark now, and with the fire behind me, my eyes had to readjust every time I looked away from the flames. 5, maybe 10 minutes passed before I finally heard the bell. Relief washed over me for a second, but then something fell off. The bell was behind me, which was odd because the forest was in front of me. Jake had been nosing around toward the trees earlier, not back toward the open prairie. But I told myself he must have looped around behind the truck or something. I went back to the fire. Figured he'd come trotting back in soon. The bell kept jingling behind me every now and then, faint but there. I wasn't worried, just a little confused. But then more time passed. The jingling kept on, sometimes closer, sometimes further. Always behind me, never to the sides, never circling. And it never moved like Jake did. He's got this kind of galloping, loping rhythm when he's sniffing about. You can hear in the bell, jingle, pause, jingle, shuffle, jingle. This was different. It was inconsistent. Sometimes 2 jingles in a row, sometimes 5 seconds of silence. No breathing, no fourth fuzz, just random, soft jingling. I kept chopping wood by the fire for a bit, trying not to think too much. Sometimes your mind plays tricks on you when you're out there too long. You expect to hear something, and you do. That's all it is, I told myself. Another 40 minutes went by. Still no Jake. That's when it hit me. I hadn't heard the bell in a while. No timbre, no pause tips. Just the crackling of the fire and the hiss of cold air moving through dry grass. I stood up and scanned the clearing. Then I grabbed my flashlight and started walking toward the tree line. It was a thick wall of pine, tall and dark and quiet. I swept the light back and forth, searching for movement, eyes, anything. Nothing. That was the first time I felt it. That tight knot in your chest, like your body's figured something out before your brain has. My mouth went dry. The flashlight beam flicked across tree trunks and empty ground. No yesine, no dog. I stopped just before the edge of the forest and listened. Silence. Then a soft crunch. Off to the right. Not far. Maybe 20 feet in. I waited. Another soft crunch, like a boot on frozen grass. Then another. Too slow to be a deer. Too heavy to be a rabbit. I didn't call out. I just backed up. I didn't have my shotgun with me. Just a flashlight and a folding knife in my pocket. It wasn't fear yet, not fully. Just a mounting sense of I don't like this. I went back to the fire, grabbed the shotgun from the truck, and stood there for a long while, scanning the edge of the clearing, listening hard. Then I heard it, Jake's bark. It wasn't a regular bark. It was panic. Pure, unmistakable, full-throated fear. You don't forget that sound once you've heard it. It came from straight ahead, from the forest. Then I saw him. Jake tore out of the trees like something was chasing him, his ears pinned back, his eyes wild. He blew past me like I wasn't even there and dove onto the truck, tail between his legs, body trembling. I dropped to one knee to check on him. He was fine, no blood, no injuries I could see, but he was scared stiff. And then I noticed, no bell. The collar was there. The little carabiner loop was there. But the bell was gone. I didn't go back to the woods that night. I loaded Jake and myself into the cab of the truck, locked the doors, and sat there with the shotgun across my lap, eyes on the dark tree line. The fire died down eventually. The stars wheeled overhead. The wind came and went. But I didn't sleep. At some point, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard the bell again. Faint. Behind a truck this time. One jingle. Then silence. Then nothing else the rest of the night. Come dawn, I stepped out cautiously and did a slow sweep of the area. There were no prints other than my own. No signs of Jake going near the back of the truck. I walked the perimeter. Nothing. Just hard ground, frozen grass, and a patch of ash where the fire had been. We didn't stick around. I packed up camp fast and drove out of there, stopping only once in daylight to check Jake's collar again. Still no bell. The carabiner was fine, not twisted or broken. No sign it had been torn off. It was just gone. I reported the patrol as uneventful. No reason to file a report over a missing dog bell. And even if I did, what would I write? Unidentified bell jingling in prairie. Dog panics, loses bell. Something in woods? No one would believe it. And even if they did, they'd just chalk it up to a coyote or a bobcat spooking the dog. But that's not what this was. I've dealt with wild animals. I've seen what they do when they stalk or attack. This wasn't that. What gets me is the pattern. The way the jingling stayed behind me the whole time. The way it never circled, never crossed the clearing. Just hovered back there like someone or something was trying to mimic Jake's movement without quite getting it right. I've gone back to that area since, once or twice, but never alone and never in the dark. It's just another square on the map now, one of many. But I always keep Jake closer these days. And I don't let the firelight blind me to what's out past the edge. It's not a ghost story. It's not a creature feature. It's just something weird that happened to a guy out in the middle of nowhere with a dog and a bell that didn't belong to either of us by the end of the night. And sometimes when I'm camping and the wind's just right, I swear I've been a park ranger for 15 years now, and over time, I've learned how to handle most situations that come my way. Lost hikers, illegal hunting, fires, freak weather, injured campers, weird animal behavior. You name it. Most of the time, it's pretty routine. The kind of job that's quiet for days, and then everything happens at once. But nothing I've dealt with in the forest, nothing at all, has ever come close to the thing that happened years ago when I was still living in my old family home on the edge of town. Before I became a ranger, I lived with my parents and younger brother in a big house on the south end of the city. Our house was old, one of those places that had clearly been built a long time ago and added onto over the years. It sat on a wide piece of land, not quite rural, not quite suburban. We had neighbors, but they weren't right up against us. The best part of that house growing up was the yard. I still remember how massive it felt as a kid. The grass was uneven but soft, and the land sloped gently toward the back. We used to play soccer and ride our bikes there all day, especially in the summers when school was out. The house itself was a bit weird. Lots of little nooks and side rooms, even a crawl space that stretched the length of the house. But it was the yard that held my attention, especially the far back corner, where the grass dipped lower and the old stone walls bordered off a section that seemed almost forgotten. My dad always said the previous owner had used it as a garden, maybe even a small farm. There were faint rows in the dirt and remnants of what looked like irrigation pipes. But by the time we moved in, the area had gone wild. Weeds, tangled vines, bits of broken tools half buried in the soil. It was surrounded on 3 sides by a cobblestone wall about 4 feet tall. It wasn't a complete enclosure, though. It looked more like someone had tried to build a wall to define the space, not to fence it in completely. And there was this ramp, a strange, angled slope that led down into the garden space. It was cut between two thick stone walls, like someone had deliberately cleared it to get carts or equipment down there. The rest of the yard sat at a higher level, so this corner always felt a bit hidden. As a kid, I avoided it. It gave me a weird feeling I couldn't explain. The whole area just felt wrong. Not in a haunted kind of way. I don't believe in any of that. More like it just didn't belong with the rest of the yard. Like someone had tried to bury something and then forgot about it. When I was around 17, my dad decided to do something with that unused section. He was always starting projects, first the pool in the middle of the yard, then the gazebo, then the barbecue pit. That year, he wanted to build a home gym. A proper one. Concrete foundation, steel frame, roof, windows, the whole deal. It was going to sit right in that lower back corner. He said it was the only place flat enough and big enough without messing up the rest of the yard. The construction team arrived one weekend and they started clearing the overgrown plants and leveling the ground. I was still in high school then, and I remember standing by the back porch, watching them rip up the roots and dig into the soil with a small excavator. At first it was normal, just dirt and rocks. Then they hit something solid. They paused the digging and began clearing around it manually. That's when I saw the first 3 steps of what looked like a concrete staircase. At first, I thought it was part of an old septic tank or maybe the foundation of something, but it didn't make any sense. The steps were too clean, too sharply cut. They didn't go with the rough stone of the garden walls. They looked modern, like they had been poured with actual forms and reinforced properly. The strangest thing was where the staircase was located. It was embedded almost halfway into the cobblestone wall, like the wall had been built right across the top of the stairs without acknowledging they were there. The steps went straight down and disappeared under the dirt. No landing, no visible door, no markers. Just steps into the ground. The crew dug a little more, a couple more feet, and uncovered more steps. The staircase kept going. One of the workers said it looked like it might go pretty deep. But after a while, my dad told him to stop. He was already getting worried about foundation issues, and the staircase wasn't part of the plan. They taped off the section and left it alone. That night, I went out there by myself with a flashlight. The stairs were clean. No moss, no signs of age or rot. The edges were crisp. There were maybe 10 visible steps, and the rest disappeared into the dark soil. I want to go down there. Every part of me wanted to know where they went, but I didn't. I stood there for a long time, just staring at that black hole in the ground. Then I turned around and went back inside. The next day, my dad had the crew fill it back in. He told them to pour gravel and dirt into the hole and pack it down so it wouldn't mess with the gym's foundation. They didn't argue. The whole thing fell off. Even the workers didn't like being near it. By the time the gym was finished 2 months later, the staircase was completely buried again. The wall was still broken where it had been dug through, but the stairs were gone. I tried to forget about it after that. Life went on. I finished high school, moved out, went to college, joined the Park Service. Eventually, my parents sold the house and moved to a smaller place near the coast. I didn't think about that staircase for years. Not until I was posted at a park just outside the city, a big one with deep forest trails and some old, crumbling buildings from the early 1900s. The park was mostly forest and river valley, but parts of it were old farmland that had been reclaimed. You could still see the patterns in the tree lines where fields used to be. It reminded me of home, especially one section near the east side, where a dry creek bed cut through the ground and led to an old stone structure. It wasn't marked on any of our maps, which was odd. I only found it because I was checking trail cameras and took a shortcut. It was a partial building, maybe a foundation or storage unit, made of stacked stones, half collapsed. And next to it, there was a rectangular hole in the ground, covered by rotting boards and half buried in dirt. I cleared some of the boards and saw concrete stairs, just like the ones in my backyard when I was a kid. Same size, same cut, same angle. I stood there for a long time. It was like being punched in the gut. The stairs led down into darkness. Again, there was no door, no marking, no reason for them to be there. Just a hole in the ground and a stairway going down into who knows what. I didn't go down. I didn't have any backup, and I didn't have cell signal in that part of the park. But I marked the coordinates and left a trail marker. That night, I looked up old land records for both the park and my old neighborhood. Turns out, they had something in common. They had both been owned by the same company in the early 1940s, a private agricultural research group that eventually went under and sold off the land in pieces. Most of the records were vague, mentions of testing plots and soil development. No specifics, just enough to raise more questions. Over the next few months, I kept thinking about it. I checked other park records, old maps, even went through the town's archive office. I found 4 other locations where that company had owned property. 2 were now commercial buildings. One was under a school. One was a private residence. I checked the aerial maps of those places. Every single one had a strange indentation in the yard or some structure built over a square patch of ground. It started to click then. Whatever those staircases were, they had been part of something bigger. Something old, deliberate, and long buried. I couldn't say what they were for. Maybe some kind of underground storage, testing facility, even bunkers. I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I know construction. You don't pour perfect staircases into the ground without a plan. I reported the staircase in the park to my supervisor. He said he'd bring it up to the county, but I never heard anything after that. 2 weeks later, the area was marked off as unstable ground and closed to the public. New fencing went up. Cameras were pulled from that section. The trail was rerouted. No explanation. I didn't push it. I'd seen enough to know when to leave something alone. That was 5 years ago. I still think about those stairs sometimes. I've been transferred to a different park now, far upstate, but every so often I'll come across a strange mound of earth, a patch of trees that seems too neatly spaced, or a stone wall with no purpose. And I remember the way those concrete stairs fell under my boots. Whatever they were built for, they were meant to stay hidden. Someone buried them on purpose. And now I understand why no one ever wanted to dig too deep. I still wonder what I would have found if I'd gone down those stairs back then. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing you can do, the safest thing, is to let buried things stay buried. This is the last one I'll tell. I've got plenty of stories from my years in search and rescue, but this one has stayed with me in a way none of the others have. It's also probably the weirdest. I'll just say right up front, there's no big shocking twist, no ghosts or aliens or curses. Nothing like that. But it stuck with me, and that should say something. And maybe it'll make more sense why by the end. I've been working SAR for most of my life. I started in my early 20s, and now I'm pushing 50. These woods have taken their toll on me. My knees ache every morning, my back gets stiff if I sit too long, and I've had more than one operation from injuries out in the field. But it's the job. You either love it or you don't last. I've always loved it. The long hikes, the silence of the wilderness, the challenge of tracking someone down miles from nowhere with nothing but a radio and your compass. There's something pure about it. Anyway, most of my stories are about things going wrong. Missing persons, injuries, sometimes deaths. But every now and then, something happens that doesn't fit cleanly into those categories. This is one of those. We were about 38 miles out as the crow flies from the nearest ranger station. We had been flown in by chopper that morning to start a grid search for a solo hiker who hadn't returned from a backcountry permit. He was supposed to be out for 3 days. We were on day 6. He hadn't checked in, hadn't been seen by anyone at the trailhead, and hadn't left any sign at the few known campsites in the area. That's never a good sign. Still, we'd found people much deeper and in worse condition, so we weren't writing him off. I was leading a small 4-man team. All of us experienced. We'd done dozens of these searches. It was late spring, early enough in the year that the nights were still freezing, especially at that elevation, but the days were mild. The terrain was rough, steep inclines, old-growth forest, thick brush in the lower parts, and rocky outcroppings up higher. Bears have been spotted that season, but nothing unusual. It was just wild and remote. Real wilderness. On the second day of the search, we came across our first staircase. Now, let me be clear, I'm not talking about a set of stairs leading to an old ranger tower or the remains of some lodge. These weren't attached to anything. Just stairs, freestanding, right in the middle of the woods. Like someone had taken a staircase from an old house and just dropped it there. This one had about 12 steps, wooden, painted white, though the paint was chipped and peeling. The wood was dry and splintered. The steps were perfectly clean. No leaves, no moss, and no footprints. It looked like it had just been built yesterday, even though there was no way that was possible. We stood there for a moment, all of us quiet, just looking at it. Now, I'd seen them before, a few times over the years, always deep in the backcountry, always alone, different styles, but the same strange, clean look. I remember the first time I saw one, probably 15 years ago. I asked the officer I was with what the hell it was, and all he said was, "Don't worry about it. Just keep moving." That was the standard response. I'd asked around. Everyone knew about them, but no one ever gave a straight answer. After a while, you stop asking. You just accept that they're there. Part of the woods, like a weird landmark. Still, I'll admit, they always made my skin crawl a bit. We kept moving that day. No one said anything about the staircase. We didn't even mark it on the map. It was like an unwritten rule not to. Just like you don't touch them, you don't talk about them. Later that afternoon, we found what looked like a campfire ring. Rocks in a circle, some blackened wood inside. That might have been our missing hiker's camp, though there was no gear, no food wrappers, no signs of someone sleeping nearby. No footprints, either. Still, it was the first solid lead we'd had. We set up camp a few hundred yards away and planned to expand our grid the next morning. That night, I couldn't sleep. I'm not usually one to spook easily. I've spent nights in the woods alone, in bad weather, even during active bear alerts. You get used to the strange sounds, twigs snapping, wind whistling, animal calls in the dark. But that night felt wrong. I kept feeling like I was being watched. At one point, I got up to relieve myself and stepped out away from the tents. I went about 20 yards out toward a small ridge. The moon was bright, so I didn't use my flashlight. While I was out there, I looked back toward the woods where we'd seen the staircase. And even in the moonlight, even from that distance, I could see it, just standing there, white and straight and silent. And I swear, though I know this sounds crazy, I swear it looked cleaner than before, like it had been wiped down. No dirt, no scratches, just smooth, pale wood under the moonlight. I didn't go back to sleep after that. The next day, we pushed further north. Rough terrain, lots of loose rock and thick scrub. We found a torn piece of blue fabric snagged on a branch mid-morning. It matched the color of the missing guy's jacket. That gave us some hope. But about 2 hours later, we found another staircase. This one was different, metal, spiral. Maybe 15 steps. It looked like something you'd find in an old library or industrial building. Rusted, but only slightly. Again, totally clean. No bird droppings. No leaves. Just sitting there in the middle of a dense patch of trees. I kept walking. The others followed my lead. Nobody spoke. That day felt heavier, somehow. I can't explain it. It was like we were pushing through something thick and invisible. My legs felt heavier than usual. My head felt dull. We all seemed to move slower. We didn't find anything else that day. That night, it was the same story. No sleep. The feeling of being watched. Except now, I felt like something was listening too. Like if I breathed too loudly, it would hear. If I unzipped my tent too fast, it would know. The third morning, I woke up early and went to get water from a nearby stream. It was only about 100 yards from our site. As I approached, I saw something at the edge of the water. It was a boot. One hiking boot, muddy, with the laces untied. I picked it up. Inside was a moldy sock, but no blood, no obvious damage. It looked like someone had taken it off and just forgotten it there. That seemed odd. Hikers don't leave boots behind. I brought it back to camp. We bagged it, marked the coordinates, and radioed it in. Our lead coordinator back at base logged it and said they'd cross-check it with the hiker's gear list. We moved on. That afternoon, we saw the third staircase. This one was stone, wide, maybe 6 feet across, about 10 steps. The stones were large, smooth like granite. It looked like something from a courthouse or a government building. There were weeds growing at the base, but none on the steps themselves. It was almost beautiful in a strange way, like a monument. Again, we walked past it. At this point, I noticed something else. Birds, or rather, the lack of them. Usually, even deep in the backcountry, you'll hear bird calls, woodpeckers, jays, chickadees. But it was silent. No squiddies, no bucks, just wind. The fourth day, we found the body. He was lying in a shallow ditch, face down, half covered by leaves. It looked like he'd fallen and couldn't get back up. Maybe twisted an ankle. Maybe got hypothermia. It happens. But there were some things that didn't make sense. First, he had no gear. None. No pack. No food. No water. No sleeping bag. Nothing. His jacket was gone. His pants were torn, and he had only one boot. The other foot was bare. There were scratches on his legs, but nothing fatal. No blood loss. No head injury. Just dead. We checked his pulse, even though we didn't need to. Rigor had already set in. We radioed it in. Gave coordinates. The chopper came out the next morning. The whole time we waited with the body, we didn't talk. The air felt heavy, like we were underwater. That night, we camped a few hundred yards from the site. There was no other option. Darkness had fallen, and the chopper wouldn't be back until morning. Around 2 a.m., I stepped out of the tent to take a leak. There was another staircase, maybe 30 feet from camp. This one was short, only 5 steps, but wide. Old carpet covered the wood. Red, faded, stained. The kind of thing you'd see in a cheap motel from the 70s. I didn't move, just stood there, staring. I stayed like that for a long time. I don't know how long. It felt like forever. Eventually, I backed away, slowly, returned to my tent. Didn't sleep. When we flew out the next morning, I didn't look back. I've seen a dozen staircases since then, maybe more. Always deep in the woods. Always alone. I've never touched one, never walked up one. I don't know what would happen if I did, and I don't want to find out. We've all been told not to talk about them. Some say it's just a superstition. Others say it's a safety thing. Keep people focused, avoid distractions. Maybe it's just easier to pretend they aren't there. I don't know what they are. I don't think anyone does. But I'll tell you this, the woods are full of strange things. And most of them aren't supernatural. They're just wrong, out of place, like mistakes that were never corrected. Those stairs, they're one of those mistakes, left behind by something or someone for reasons we'll never understand. So if you're ever deep in the forest, miles from the nearest road, and you see a staircase standing alone among the trees, don't go near it. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it too long. Just walk away. That's what I do now. The woman's name was Kara Miller. She was 24, a college student from Eugene, Oregon. She and 4 others were hiking the Coyote Ridge Loop, a tough backcountry route out in the Cascades that was often underestimated by people who thought it was just another scenic trail. It wasn't. The elevation gain alone could knock the wind out of most seasoned hikers, and by early June, the snowmelt turned the higher paths into slick, narrow ledges over steep drop-offs. I'd hiked it probably 50 times, and I never stopped respecting it. The call came through around 5:40 p.m. I remember because I had just finished organizing the back storage shed at base when dispatch radioed in. The group had made their way past Summit Point when they noticed Kara was gone. No one had seen her fall. No one heard her scream. She was just there one moment, and then she wasn't. Normally, I'd suspect a wrong turn. It's not rare. The trail crosses a few old animal tracks and washed-out fire roads. And if you're not careful or you're dehydrated, it's easy to veer off. But the weather had been good, clear skies, low wind. No storms to blame. And what made this worse was that Kara wasn't an amateur. Her pack had water, protein bars, flares, a small tent, and an emergency GPS. The others said she had been right behind them before they turned a bend on a section known as Knife Edge. When they realized she was gone, they doubled back and spent an hour shouting her name before hiking down to find cell service. By the time I grabbed my gear and loaded into the chopper, the sun was already beginning to dip behind the ridge. A K-9 team had been mobilized from another district, and they would rendezvous with us at the trailhead on the east side. I remember flying in, looking down at the narrow trail, how it clung to the mountain's edge like a frayed thread. There wasn't a lot of room for error up there. We split into 3 groups. I took my usual partner, Rick, and one of the K-9 handlers, a guy named Jeff who had a bloodhound named Lucy. She was already keyed up when we got to the trail, tail stiff, nose down, whining the way dogs do when they know there's a job to do and not a lot of time. The sun dropped fast, and the temperature followed it. By 9 p.m., we were moving through the switchbacks by headlamp, voices low, the forest around us strangely still. Lucy picked up a scent about a mile past Knife Edge. There was a section of loose shale there, and the scuff marks looked recent. It's a place where you can slip and drop 15, maybe 20 feet into a gulch. We braced ourselves for the worst. But when we found the spot where she'd apparently landed, or at least hit the slope, there was no blood, no torn clothing, nothing. Just drag marks. Not sharp or violent like an animal kill, but more like someone had scooted themselves backward down the slope. Her prints were small, toes pointed slightly outward, no shoes. She'd lost them somewhere. And then we saw something else. Broken twigs and scattered dirt under a rotting log about 30 yards off the main trail. That's where we found her. She was curled up tight, almost fetal. Her eyes were open, but unfocused. She didn't react when we called her name. Her pack was gone. Her jacket, too. Just a long-sleeve athletic shirt and hiking pants, dirty and damp. No blood, no visible injuries. Just cold, confused, and barefoot. We didn't waste time asking questions. Shock can do strange things to the brain, and the best thing you can do is get the person warm and moving. Jeff wrapped her in a thermal blanket, and Rick radioed in that we had her. That was about 11:30 p.m. It would take us another 2 hours to hike out to the base ops clearing where the evac crew was waiting with a med unit. I took point on the hike out. Kara walked between Rick and Jeff. Lucy led the group, still on edge, occasionally whining and pulling toward the trees like she wasn't convinced we were alone. Kara didn't say a word for the first half hour, just walked, breathing shallow, keeping her arms folded tight across her chest. Then she started glancing behind us. At first, I didn't think much of it. It's a natural reaction after a trauma. You feel like something's still out there, even when there's nothing. But it got worse. She kept turning her head, sometimes every few seconds, eyes wide like she was tracking something. We stopped for a quick water break at a fallen log around 12:20 a.m. That's when she finally spoke. She asked me, soft, almost a whisper, why the big man with black eyes was following us. I didn't answer, just looked at Rick. He didn't say anything either, but I saw the edge of his jaw clench. Jeff didn't even react. Probably figured it was a side effect of exposure. Delusions, hypothermia, maybe mild concussion. But something about how calm she said it. That's what got to me. We got moving again. The forest felt tighter. The night air, heavy. There's this sound trees make when there's no wind, no birds, just stillness. It's not exactly silence. More like a low hum you can feel more than hear. That's what it felt like. Then Kara started whispering under her breath. I couldn't make out all of it, but she was repeating phrases. One of them stuck with me. He's making faces. Stop making faces. She said it like she was trying to reason with someone just out of sight. We tried to keep her calm, but she started to panic again just as we hit the lower switchbacks. We were about 40 minutes from base when she stopped walking and stared into the woods. I remember exactly how she looked, her mouth tight, her eyes fixed like a deer that's heard a branch snap. Then she yelled, loud, just screamed into the trees. She told him to leave her alone, said she wasn't going with him, that she wouldn't give us to him. I think that was the first time I actually felt cold fear crawl down my spine. Not from her yelling, but from the way the woods didn't react. Usually when someone shouts like that, you hear birds fly off. Small animals scatter. The forest reacts. But this time, nothing. Just that same stillness. Rick finally got her moving again, slowly. She was shaking all over. That's when the coughing started. It wasn't human, but it wasn't an animal either. It sounded manufactured, like a person pretending to cough but doing it wrong. Rhythmic, deep, almost chittering like something trying to mimic a noise it didn't quite understand. It came from the trees behind us. Then again, but closer to our left. We all heard it. Even Lucy bristled and started growling low, ears pinned flat. Jeff called out, more for the sake of protocol than anything else. But there was no answer. Just another round of that strange coughing, like it was circling us. We picked up pace. I kept my head down, counting my steps, trying to stay focused. Kara hadn't said a word since her outburst, but she kept pace with us, eyes still flicking back and forth. Then, just as we crested the last rise before the clearing, she touched my shoulder. Her hand was ice cold. I looked at her, and I'll never forget her expression. Her eyes were so wide I could see the whites all the way around. Her lips barely moved when she said it. He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck. I stopped walking because I do have a scar, small one, right at the base of my neck where the collar covers it. You'd have to be staring from just the right angle, and even then, in the dark, it's nearly invisible. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. No reason to. Before I could respond, that cough came again, right next to my ear. I flinched so hard I nearly fell. Spun around with my flashlight, sweeping the woods. Nothing. Just trees. The others didn't see anything either. But they heard it. We all heard it. We didn't talk the rest of the way down. The second we stepped into the floodlights of base ops, the sound stopped. Kara seemed to relax a little, but she wouldn't let go of my arm. The paramedics took her, checked her over. She was dehydrated and clearly in shock, but physically fine. When I asked the group the next morning if anyone else had noticed the coughing sounds, Rick admitted he had too. So did Jeff. But none of us saw a thing. Nothing showed up on the trail cams we had set up earlier that month. No signs of wildlife. No strangers. Just wind and trees. Kara refused to speak to anyone about what happened. Not the rangers, not the police, not even her family. She was flown out by private transport that same afternoon. Last I heard, she dropped out of school and moved back in with her parents. Never returned any of our calls. I tried to write it off. Tried to blame stress, exhaustion, maybe a cougar or coyote that was just out of sight. But even now, 3 years later, I still think about that night. Sometimes, when I'm hiking alone, I catch myself looking over my shoulder. And every now and then, when the wind dies and the woods go quiet, I swear I can hear that same unnatural cough, deep, slow, and far too close. Like something pretending to be human and not doing a very good job. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in monsters. But I do believe something else was out there that night. And I have a scar on my neck that still itches every time I hear the wind go still. I've worked in search and rescue for a long time now, mostly in a federal park up north, covering hundreds of square miles of dense forest, winding rivers, and remote ridgelines. If you spend enough time out here, you start to see patterns. People get lost in pretty predictable ways. Most of the time, it's not anything dramatic. They take a wrong turn. They wander off trail, chasing a view. Sometimes they twist an ankle or fall down a slope and can't climb back up. They panic, they move too far, and then they're harder to find. But we usually find them. That's what I'm proud of, my track record. I find people. I bring them home. But there are 2 cases I haven't been able to forget. I think about them more often than I care to admit. They're not the only cases we've lost people on, but they're the ones that stay with me, the ones that make me comb every square inch of forest like someone's life depends on it, because it does. The first was a little boy. He was maybe 5 or 6 years old. It was midsummer, late afternoon, and the weather was perfect, dry, warm, and calm. He was out with his family, parents, and a slightly older sister, berry picking in one of the open glades tucked deep into the forest on the west side of the park. That area doesn't get a lot of foot traffic. It's about 2.5 miles from the nearest trailhead and not on any maintained path. The kind of place only locals or experienced hikers even know about. The parents reported the kids missing just before 6 p.m. They said they'd taken their eyes off them for less than a minute. One moment they were laughing and filling their baskets. The next they were gone. We've heard that kind of thing before. Kids run off chasing something, they get distracted, they wander out of earshot. But 2 kids at once. That was unusual. We got boots on the ground within an hour. I was one of the first out there. The father met us at the trailhead, frantic, pale as a ghost. His wife stayed behind at the glade, afraid the kids might come back. I remember thinking the man looked like he hadn't blinked in 5 minutes. His story didn't change. The kids had been side by side, laughing and reaching into a bush, and then gone. We fanned out from the glade in all directions. It's not flat terrain. There are a lot of gullies, dips, and natural funnels that can pull sound and visibility away from you faster than you'd expect. Within 20 minutes, we found the girl. She was standing barefoot in a patch of moss about 70 yards northeast of the glade. Her eyes were wide, and she was clutching a plastic bucket full of berries like her life depended on it. She was cold, a little scratched up, but otherwise unharmed. We brought her back to her mother and tried to piece together what had happened. Now, I'm not going to get into too many specifics of what the little girl said. We filed all of that in the official report, but the gist of it was this: her brother had been taken. Not by an animal, not by a man, at least not a normal one. She called him the Bear Man. According to her, he came out of the woods, tall and hairy, with a strange face. He gave her some berries, told her to stay quiet, and then walked away with her brother sitting on his shoulders. She said he looked calm, like he wasn't scared. Naturally, we considered abduction. That's what it sounded like, a man in some sort of costume or outdoor gear, luring the boy away. But there were problems with that theory. Big ones. First, we found no tracks. None. The ground wasn't solid rock. It was a mix of moss, dirt, and forest debris. It should have shown signs. We had tracking dogs, and they never picked up on anything past the point where the girl was found. Second, we scoured that area for weeks. And I mean weeks. We had over 40 people on rotation. SAR teams, state police, canine units, volunteers. We combed 5 square miles with grid searches. We checked tree hollows, creek beds, even down logs that could hide a body. Nothing. No clothes, no remains, no signs of struggle. The boy was gone like he'd never been there. Eventually, the search was called off. That part always stings. You never really get used to it. The parents didn't take it well. I don't blame them. I told myself that someone had taken him, knew the area better than us, and had covered their tracks well. Maybe an old hermit or squatter. Someone who planned it. But deep down, I didn't buy it. I knew that forest. I knew how it holds on to things, footprints, fibers, heat. Something didn't add up. Still doesn't. The second case happened a little over a year later, early fall. The air was starting to cool, leaves turning gold and red, and we had a lot of hikers out trying to catch the last few weeks of good weather. The call came in from a mother who'd been hiking with her teenage daughter and her elderly father. They were about 4 miles in on a ridgeline trail, mostly pines and firs with steep drops on both sides. According to the mother, they'd stopped to rest. The daughter had climbed a tree to get a better view. Nothing extreme, maybe 30 feet up. The kind of thing a fit, adventurous kid might do to snap a picture or scout a good lunch spot. She never came back down. At first, they assumed she was playing around, maybe went out on a limb and jumped down another side. But after half an hour of shouting her name and circling the area, they realized something was wrong. They waited 2 more hours before calling us. That lag didn't help. We responded fast. I hiked in with the first team. The tree in question was on a slight rise, surrounded by a mix of underbrush and pine needles. We saw signs that someone had climbed it, broken twigs, a scuffed boot mark on the bark, but no clear trail away. No footprints, no drag marks. She hadn't come down the usual way. We checked for cliffs, sinkholes, anything she might have fallen into or off of. Nothing. It was like she'd vanished into the air. And once again, no scent trail past the tree. Dogs just circled and sat down. That search lasted almost 2 weeks. We brought in drones, infrared cameras, even thermal imaging from helicopter. You name it. And again, nothing. Eventually, we checked the entire ridgeline, even miles downwind in case she'd fallen or wandered while concussed. No clothes, no body, no backpack, nothing. I've had to write those final reports. I've had to close files and attend the briefings where we tell families we've exhausted every lead. Those 2 cases hit me differently. I didn't sleep right for months after each one. I still don't when I think about them. Some people on the team chalked it up to weird freak accidents. Maybe she fell and got pulled into a ravine we missed. Maybe the boy got picked up by someone in a ghillie suit and hiked out a back trail. Those are the clean theories, the ones that let you sleep at night. But they're just theories, and I don't think they're right. You want to know the worst part? The reason I think about these cases so much isn't just that we didn't find them. It's that we found nothing at all. People leave signs. That's what the forest does. It records you. Every broken branch, every dropped candy wrapper, every footprint in the soft moss. But not in these cases. It was like they were erased. I got assigned a case last year that almost broke me. Another missing kid. This time a 12-year-old boy who wandered off during a school camping trip. I found him 2 days later, curled up under a fallen log, dehydrated but alive. He told me he got lost after going to the bathroom behind a tree. Just like that. A few feet from the group, then nothing looked familiar. He said it felt like the forest was moving around him. I didn't put that in the report. I chalked it up to panic and disorientation, but I remembered those other two cases. I think I always will. I still work here. I still search. I still do my job. But I go harder now. I triple check the ground. I stay later than I should. I carry more supplies, more batteries, more water, because you never know when a case might become one of those. The ones that don't make sense. The ones that don't leave a trail. The ones you take home with you. And you know the scariest part of all? I think it's going to happen again. Not because of monsters or magic, but because somewhere out there, in that tangle of trees and cliffs and silence, something went wrong. Something human. Something maybe done by people who know the land even better than I do, who don't want to be found. And they're still out there. I've stopped trying to explain it. I've stopped talking about it, except to people who know what it's like to walk a search line in the freezing dark, listening for a voice that doesn't answer. But I've never stopped looking. Not really, because even if I never found them, I owe them that much. I work as a park ranger now. It's been over a decade since that summer when I was 12, but I still think about it more than I should. I've worked in remote wilderness stations, patrolled fire roads, rescued lost hikers, and seen a dozen kinds of accidents and dangers the public rarely hears about. But nothing ever felt quite like what happened during that orienteering challenge at Scout Camp. Back then, I was still just a kid, skinny and quiet, with that uncertain way 12-year-olds carry themselves when they're still trying to figure out where they fit in the world. I had just moved up to the older troop in Scouts. Most of the others were in high school, and I always felt like I was tagging along at the edge of things. My best friend, Tyler, was a year older than me, and the only reason I didn't feel completely out of place. He was tall and fast, and the kind of kid adults trusted without really knowing why. I followed his lead a lot back then. The summer camp we went to every year was deep in the woods, real old forest, thick pines and spruces, the kind of place where sound disappears between the trees. The land had been donated decades ago by some timber company and turned into a wilderness education area. It had cabins, a dining hall, latrines, a lake with an old wooden dock, and trails that seemed to go on forever. A few open fields were cleared for sports and gathering, but most of the camp was surrounded by miles of forest. There was no cell service and no roads except the main gravel one that led into camp. It was all manual maps, trail signs, compasses. Each year, they ran an orienteering challenge, a kind of navigation game where you had to use maps and coordinates to find a series of markers placed throughout the forest. Each team of scouts would get a slightly different path to prevent overlap. Sometimes you'd be out there for hours, bushwhacking through the trees, searching for a red marker or a half-buried tin box with the next coordinates. That summer, we had a group of 8 scouts from our troop doing the challenge. I was the youngest, and the oldest was Ben, a 17-year-old Eagle Scout who always seemed like he had everything figured out. He wore his uniform sharp, boots polished, knots tied perfectly, the kind of scout all the younger kids wanted to be. The rest of us fell somewhere in between, all of us trying to prove we could handle it. We started the challenge late in the morning. The counselors had given us our first set of coordinates, and we'd packed lunches, water, our compasses, and the marked maps. The terrain was rough in parts, lots of uphill, and parts of the trail had eroded from the spring rains. It was hot, too, the kind of heat that doesn't let up even in the shade. We made it through the first few checkpoints fine. Most of them were within a couple hundred meters of the main trails. The forest had a way of disorienting you, though. Once you were off trail and the trunks closed around you, it all started to look the same. Brown pine needles underfoot, tall trunks, thick undergrowth, and the steady buzz of cicadas. You had to stay sharp, keep track of your steps, your compass, your bearings. About 2 hours in, we hit a section that none of US could figure out. The map pointed us toward a ravine that wasn't clearly marked, and the written directions had some kind of note about a hidden path following a stone-lined creek. It didn't make sense, even to Ben. We circled the area for maybe 30 minutes, double-checking bearings, rereading the notes. Ben started to get frustrated, And I remember some of the older guys throwing out theories, each one making less sense than the last. Tyler and I mostly kept quiet. That's when a man showed up. He came from deeper in the woods, walking calmly, wearing an old Scoutmaster uniform that looked straight out of a photograph. Thick canvas shirt, red neckerchief, wide brim hat, old leather boots. I remember the patches on his sleeves, the way the clothes looked sun-faded but clean. He walked with that relaxed, friendly pace adults use when they don't want to spook kids. He smiled, nodded to all of us, and pointed us in a direction we hadn't tried. We didn't think twice about it. He looked official. He looked like he belonged, and none of us wanted to admit how stuck we'd been. I remember following the line of trees he pointed toward. Tyler and I brought up the rear, and when I turned around maybe 20 steps later, he was gone. Just like that. Not a sound, not a movement. Just empty woods behind us. I remember nudging Tyler and nodding back behind us, thinking maybe he'd ducked off to his little station or something. Maybe he had a folding chair or a water bottle stashed nearby. I figured he was stationed there to help groups that got lost on that tricky part. Made sense at the time. We kept going, found the next marker exactly where he'd said it would be, and from there the rest of the challenge went smooth. It took us another hour or two to loop back to base camp, hot and sweaty and scratched up from brush, but we felt good. We were proud. We'd completed the whole route, and we were pretty sure we'd scored one of the better times. Back at camp, one of the adult leaders asked us how it had gone. Ben started explaining the hiccup we'd hit and how that adult helped us through the tricky part. He even described the guy's uniform. That's when things got weird. The leader's face changed immediately. Not angry, just confused. He asked us to repeat what we'd seen. Ben and a couple others chimed in. We all agreed on the details. The old uniform, his directions, how he seemed like he knew the course well. The leader just shook his head, said there was no one stationed out on the route. The whole point of the challenge was for us to figure it out ourselves. No adult was sent out to help, and none of the counselors were wearing old uniforms. They all wore the new nylon shirts and ball caps with the camp logo. He even called over the other staff to check. No one matched that description. No adult staff member had even left the main areas during the time we were on the course. They double-checked head counts. All accounted for. No visiting alumni. No local volunteers. One of the older scouts joked about the camp legend. That story about a scoutmaster from the 60s who wandered off one day and never came back. Supposedly, he went off on a solo hike and vanished. Some kids said he died out there. Others said he ran away. No one ever found him. But most people figured it was just one of those exaggerated camp stories used to keep scouts from wandering off. But now, after what we'd seen, that old story didn't seem so funny anymore. None of us had an explanation. We all saw him. We all remember the same thing. Same uniform, same smile, same general direction he came from. But the adults swore no one had been out there. And the more we talked about it, the more the details started to bother me. Why hadn't he carried any gear? No water bottle, no bag, no map. Just that perfect, outdated uniform. Why hadn't we heard him leave? The forest isn't quiet when someone moves through it. Branches break, boots crunch the ground, birds fly off. But there had been nothing. Just silence behind us. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about it. The way he'd smiled, how clean he looked despite being deep in the woods. The way he vanished like he'd never been there. I stayed in my bunk with my sleeping bag zipped all the way up, eyes wide open. I listened to every creak of the cabin, every breeze through the trees. The next morning, I didn't want to go out alone. Neither did Tyler. We stuck close to the main camp areas for the rest of the week. We didn't even go to the archery range unless we were with a big group. Nobody said it out loud, but I could tell the others were spooked too. The confidence from that orienteering wind faded fast. I left that camp changed. I stopped going off alone into the woods. I never said it was a ghost or something paranormal. I never believed in that stuff. But something about that day didn't sit right. People don't just show up in the woods and vanish without a sound. Not without leaving tracks. Not without being seen again. Not without some explanation. Years later, when I became a park ranger, I returned to those woods. It wasn't the same exact camp, but close enough to be within the same wilderness area. I requested it on purpose. I wanted to know if something had been missed. if maybe there were old cabins or abandoned trails where someone could have been hiding out. I walked hundreds of miles through those woods, checked old fire roads, plotted old camp maps. Nothing. No sign of any scoutmaster lost in the 60s. No bonis, no clutches, no gear, no chair stashed under a tree. But I did find one thing, an old stone-lined creek nearly buried in undergrowth. It matched the description from that map section that had stumped us as kids. There are no recent signs of passage, no footprints, no broken branches. But along the bank where the creek curved north, I found an old rusted metal ring buried in the dirt, like something used to tie down a tent or mark a trail. I left it there. Didn't tell anyone. I couldn't say what it meant. Now, when people ask me why I take tracking so seriously, why I never go into the field without someone knowing my exact location, I usually tell them it's because of the job. Liability, safety, all that. But really, it's because of that day in the woods when a man walked out of the trees, pointed us in the right direction, and vanished like he never existed. I never saw him again. Never got answers. But I don't think it was supernatural. I think maybe he was real. Someone who'd lived out there for years, off-grid, unseen. Maybe he used to work at the camp. Maybe he just knew the land better than any of us ever would. Maybe the old legend wasn't a ghost story, but a real man who chose I was posted at a mid-sized national park in the Pacific Northwest for most of my ranger years. Dense pine forests, steep switchback trails, and long stretches of remote terrain were the usual. The kind of park that doesn't get much tourist traffic except in early summer and mid-fall when the weather's right. Most of the time, it was just us, a handful of rangers and trail maintenance crews, covering miles of land with nothing but wind, wildlife, and trees to keep us company. My shift schedules were usually a mix of day patrols and week-long trail checks where I'd stay out in the deeper parts of the park, sleeping in old ranger stations or fire lookout cabins. I liked the solitude. At least I did before that one trip that I can still picture in my head, detail by detail, like I just walked out of those woods yesterday. I got a request from HQ in late October, just before we closed off the northern switchback trails for the winter. A couple of backcountry hikers had gone off the grid. Not unusual. That part of the park was rough, and cell reception was a joke unless you were on a peak during a clear day. The two guys had a permit for a 4-day trip through the North Loop, but their car was still in the trailhead lot 6 days later. That was enough to send me up there to check. I packed light, food for 3 days, a satellite radio, my usual survival kit, and a .357 revolver, standard issue for bear territory, though I never had to use it in my 10 years on duty. The air was cold, but not biting. The map showed about 22 miles of trail I'd need to cover, give, or take, depending on snow and landslides. There were rumors the switchback section had gotten bad since the last storm. I was told to be careful in the ravine areas. I nodded and signed the checkout form without much thought. I'd hiked it before. I thought I knew the place. I set out early, maybe 6:30 a.m., just as the sun began to touch the peaks. The woods were silent except for my boots on the frozen ground and the occasional wind through the needles. By noon, I reached the second-mile marker, stopped for water, and scanned the area. I saw no signs of campers, just broken branches and a few old boot prints. I followed the trail northeast along a ridge until the sun dipped low. Around 5 p.m., I reached an old fire cabin that hadn't been used in months. I'd slept there before. Rodents lived in the walls, but the stove still worked and the cot was better than the ground. I boiled water, heated a packet of food, and marked my location in the logbook. Nothing out of the ordinary. The second day started early again. I kept following the trail, which wound into a steep descent into what we call Dead Man's Switch, a long section of tight turns and narrow ledges. It's not marked on public maps with that name, but that's what the rangers call it because of how dangerous it gets when the trail ice is over. Notice, one bad step and you'd slide down 100 feet into a ravine. That morning, I found the first sign something was wrong. About halfway down the switchback, I noticed something off to the side. It was a mess of branches stacked weirdly against a tree, like someone had tried to build a makeshift blind or cover. I walked closer and saw an empty food wrapper, one of those silver line kinds. It looked pretty fresh. I checked my notes. Those two missing guys had packed that brand. Not proof, but close. I made a note and kept moving. I figured maybe they'd gotten caught in the storm and made temporary camp there. But as I kept walking, I started seeing more things. A torn strap from a backpack. A single hiking pole snapped in two. Still no blood, no clothing scraps, nothing that screamed injury or panic. But it didn't feel right. You don't just drop your gear piece by piece like that, especially not on switchbacks where you're supposed to stay focused. That night, I made camp on a flat stretch about 200 yards off the trail. It was dark early, probably 6 p.m., and the cold settled fast. I set up a small fire and sat beside it, flipping through my notebook and trying to make sense of the pattern. There was no noise in the woods, no owls, no wind, just that still, breathless kind of quiet that presses on your ears until you start to think you're hearing things. I woke up just after midnight, no fire, frost on my tent. I had to pee, so I stepped outside. That's when I noticed something that made me stop cold. There were footprints, not mine, fresh ones, human. They led up to the tent and then stopped. No sign of anyone walking away, just a straight path through the frost, like someone had walked right up to my tent, stood there and vanished. I scanned the trees, hand on my sidearm, but there was nothing, just tall pines and black sky. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I packed fast and started back on the trail, but I didn't head back toward the station. I felt like I was close to something, maybe an answer, maybe a body. I don't know. I followed the trail deeper until I reached the lower ravine area. The map showed the trail looping along the cliff wall, but the path ahead looked torn up, like something heavy had slid through, ripping roots and rocks loose. It wasn't snowmelt. I could see marks in the dirt, drag marks. I followed them. They led me off trail and down into the woods about half a mile before I smelled something that stopped me in my tracks. Oat, not strong, but close. I moved slow, gun drawn now, and circled a wide birch. Behind it, half buried under moss and loose branches, was a human boot, attached to a leg. The leg was wearing soaked cargo pants. I saw no blood, just stiff skin and a twisted ankle. I didn't move the body. I marked the location on GPS and backed out, logging it on the radio. I was about to head back to the trail when I saw a second set of drag marks going deeper into the trees. I followed again, against my better judgment. I hiked another hour before I found what I still think about the most. It was a small clearing, probably a quarter acre. Dead center was a pile of clothing, torn jackets, sleeping bags, gear. All cut clean, not torn, not ripped by animals. Cut, sliced straight, like someone had used a knife. Beside the pile was a single folding chair, and next to it, an old trail cam nailed to a tree. I recognized the model. We used the same ones for wildlife monitoring. I checked the date. It was still active. I pulled the SD card and tucked in my bag. I didn't want to camp anywhere near that spot, so I marked it, turned around, and started heading back toward the cabin. The third night was worse. I reached the cabin after dark, lit a fire, locked the door, and sat with my back against the wall. Every noise outside made my pulse jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard something, not footsteps but close, more like snow brushing off branches, heavy and deliberate. I sat frozen until the sun came up. The next day, I made it to the station and handed in my report. They sent a crew up to recover the body and the trail cam. A week later, I got a call from the supervisor. He said the cam had over 300 photos on it. Most were daytime shots, deer, squirrels, a few black bears. But mixed in between were night photos. Several of them showed two guys, the missing hikers, sitting by a fire. Normal stuff. Then came one photo that made my blood go cold. It showed one of the hikers asleep by the fire, and a man, or someone, standing behind him. No face, just a figure in a black hood with something shiny in his hand. The next photos were corrupted. They never found the second hiker. Never ID'd the man in the photo either. He didn't match any of our rangers. No other hikers were supposed to be up there. The area was closed off indefinitely. Official cause of death was exposure, possibly a fall. But I know what I saw. I know how those drag marks looked. I know those footprints around my tent. I never went back to that part of the park. Transferred 6 months later to a coastal unit and stuck to short patrols. I I still work in parks, but I don't camp alone anymore. And I sure as hell don't ignore footprints outside my tent. Whatever happened on that switchback trail wasn't weather, and it wasn't an accident. It was someone who knew those woods a lot better than we did. Someone who watched them long before I ever set foot on that trail. Maybe he's still out there, but I won't be. I've worked as a park ranger for a little over 12 years now. Most of that time has been uneventful. Routine patrols, warning campers about fire safety, dealing with drunk hikers, patching up minor injuries, the usual stuff. I was stationed in a remote region of the Northern Rockies, a stretch of wilderness with deep pine forests, steep ravines, and more bears than people. The kind of place where silence isn't just quiet, it's thick, heavy, almost oppressive. You don't hear cars or voices out there. Just wind through trees, the occasional hawk call, or the groan of a pine shifting in the cold. It was around my 9th year on the job when something happened that still won't let go of me. I try to forget about it, try to rationalize it, but I can't. I still wake up sweating some nights, the memory flashing back like headlights in a rearview mirror. It started in late September, which is typically when things begin to slow down. The summer tourists had gone home. School was back in session, so the family campers had cleared out. All that was left were the hardcore backpackers and the folks who liked being alone. That's when we switched to leaner staffing. A lot of the part-timers go home, and it's usually just me and maybe 2 or 3 others managing an area the size of Small County. I've been assigned to work out of Fire Tower 9 that week. It was one of the older towers, built in the 60s, all creaky metal and wood. It sat atop Bear Tooth Ridge, a high point that gave a good panoramic view of the valley. From up there, you could see everything. The tree line, the lake down to the south, the rocky outcrops to the east, and a couple of fire trails cutting through the brush like scars. The tower had a small room at the top with windows all around. Inside, there was a narrow cot, a CB radio, some basic supplies, a map table, and a logbook. That was it. No plumbing. No electricity except what the solar battery gave, which wasn't much. Just enough to power the radio and a dim ceiling light. We took turns rotating shifts there, usually 4 or 5 days at a time. Most guys hated the isolation. I didn't mind it, until that week. The first day up, there was quiet. I hiked in early in the morning, loaded with food, water, and extra batteries. Checked the tower out top to bottom, like usual. Everything seemed in order. Logged my arrival in the book. Did a quick scan of the horizon for smoke. Nothing. Just wind moving through the pines and a crow somewhere far below. The only weird thing I noticed that first day was a sound late in the afternoon. It was faint, but it stood out. It didn't belong. It sounded like metal dragging over rock. Not a lot, just a single scrape, like someone was pulling a shovel or a pipe across the ground. I leaned out the window and scanned below, but I couldn't see anything. I figured maybe it was an animal dislodging something. Elk and moose pass through sometimes, and they're not exactly graceful. I made a note in the logbook and moved on. That night was cold, the kind of cold that soaks into your bones. I stayed wrapped in my sleeping bag, listening to the tower groan with the wind. Sometime around 2 a.m., I woke up with a full bladder and had to go outside. There's no bathroom up there, just a metal bucket in the woods. I pulled on my boots, grabbed my flashlight, and climbed down the steps into the pitch black. You'd think after all these years I'd be used to it. The way the forest looks at night, but there's something about being truly alone with just your own breathing and the narrow reach of a flashlight that never stops feeling wrong. I walked maybe 10 steps away from the base of the tower when I saw something odd. The dirt around the tower had been disturbed. At first, I thought it was just from me walking around earlier, but the marks didn't look like boot prints. They were longer, as if something had been dragged in a straight line. Thin grooves in the dirt, stretching maybe 15 feet toward the woods. I followed them for a moment, sweeping the beams side to side. The grooves disappeared under the undergrowth. I stood there for a few minutes, listening. Total silence. Not even bugs. That's what got me. When the forest goes quiet like that, it's usually not good. Either a predator's nearby or something else is wrong. I pissed quick and got back in the tower. Locked the door, sat by the window with my flashlight off, and just stared out into the black. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I checked the area again in daylight. The tracks were still there. Looked even clearer now that the morning light was hitting a low angle. Thin, straight lines in the dirt like something heavy but narrow had been dragged. I looked for signs of animals. Fur, scat, hoof prints. Nothing. I radioed base and mentioned it, but I didn't make a big deal of it. Just said there were some tracks I couldn't identify. Maybe a hiker with a sled or dragging gear. They said they hadn't issued any backcountry permits for that area in a week. I let it go. Day 3 was when things really shifted. It was around noon. I was up in the tower, scanning the west ridge with binoculars when I saw movement. Just a flash of something shiny below the tree line, maybe a mile out. I focused in and saw what looked like a man walking. No backpack, no gear, no bright jacket or markers like we always tell hikers to wear. He was just moving steadily, not on a trail, just cutting through thick forest. I called out on the radio, asking if anyone had logged hikers in that sector. No answer. I watched him for a few more minutes, but then he disappeared behind a bluff. I waited, but he never reappeared. I made another note in the logbook. That night, I decided to lock the door and place a chair against it. I'd never done that before. It wasn't protocol, but something was off. My stomach had been tight all day, and the air outside felt heavier, like before a thunderstorm, except the sky was perfectly clear. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to another noise. Not the metal sound again. This time it was softer. A steady scraping right beneath the tower. Not long. Just once. Then silence. I didn't move. Just lay there staring up at the ceiling, heart pounding, too afraid to even breathe loud. I didn't check it until morning. When the sun came up, I walked the perimeter. That's when I found something I still can't explain. Near the edge of the clearing, about 30 feet from the tower, there was a square patch of dirt that looked freshly dug. Not wide, maybe 3 feet by 3 feet. The soil was darker, turned up. At first, I thought maybe an animal had dug something up, but it was too clean, too square, like someone had used a shovel. There were boot prints, too. Not mine. The treads were different, deeper, wider. I didn't know what to make of it. I was too far out to call in a full investigation, but I snapped a few pictures with my phone and marked it on my map. I stared at that patch for a long time. I even considered digging it up, but something in me said not to. It wasn't fear. It was instinct. The kind that's built from years of being out there. You learn to listen to it. The rest of the day passed slow. I barely ate. Couldn't focus on reading. Every 15 minutes, I was up at the windows, scanning the forest with my binoculars, trying to spot movement. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. That's the thing people don't understand about the woods. You feel when something isn't right. The trees seem to lean in closer. The shadows don't move the way they should. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Sometime just before dawn, maybe 4:30, I heard footsteps on the metal stairs outside the tower. Slow, deliberate steps, one at a time. Then they stopped, right outside the door. I held my breath. I didn't move. My flashlight was off. I sat perfectly still on the cot, staring at the door. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. Then came a sound I'll never forget. A slow, deep inhaling breath, right outside the window to my left. Then silence. No footsteps leaving. No more breathing. Just silence. It stayed like that until sunrise. When I opened the door at dawn, nothing was there. But the chair I'd placed against it was knocked over, and there were fresh marks in the dust on the steps. Not boot prints. Bare feet. Wide, flat, and too long. I packed up early that morning. Hiked down before my shift was technically over. Reported everything to my supervisor. They sent a crew up later that day to investigate. Said they found the disturbed dirt patch and some footprints, but not enough to go on. No bodies. No gear. No blood. Nothing that warranted calling law enforcement. They told me it was probably just a squatter or a poacher passing through. But a week later, I got a call. A hiker had gone missing. Last seen entering the same area below Bear Tooth Ridge. Solo. Experienced. Had all his gear. Never came out. They found his car in the lot. His pack and camp stove were found at a site near the base of the ridge, but no sign of him. Not a trace. Search team spent 3 days combing the woods. Nothing. I put in for a transfer a month later. Took a post further south, closer to town. Somewhere with traffic. Cell service. People. I still think about that square patch of dirt. Still think about the sound of those footsteps on the metal stairs. And that breath at the window. Sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I wonder what would have happened if I had opened the door that night. Or dug up that dirt patch. But mostly, I wonder if whatever was out there is still up on that ridge, watching the tower. Waiting for the next ranger to stay overnight. I started working as a park ranger in the high desert of southern Utah back in 2014. The place was about as remote as it gets. Hundreds of square miles of dry, red sandstone canyons, steep cliffs, and narrow slot passages. The nearest gas station was over 40 miles away, and the ranger station where I worked wasn't even on a paved road. You had to take a winding dirt path full of ruts and dips, and during heavy rain, it would turn into a mess of mud and flash floods. The park didn't have a name that most people would recognize. It wasn't one of the famous ones. It was more like a backcountry area, open to hikers and campers, but with almost no facilities. We had pit toilets at some trailheads, and maybe a wooden sign here or there, but mostly people came out here for the solitude. You could hike for a week and not see another person. That's what attracted people, I think, but that's also what made it dangerous. The summer heat could kill you in a few hours if you weren't prepared. The canyons had spots where GPS wouldn't work, and the sandstone could shift under your feet if you weren't careful. Every year, we had rescues. People falling, people getting lost, people underestimating just how big and quiet this place was. I had been on the job for about 5 years when something happened that still sticks with me. I still think about it almost every week. I don't tell this story much, and when I do, I keep it short. But I'm going to tell the whole thing here. It started with a missing hiker. Her name was Allison Gray. She was 34 years old, experienced in hiking and desert terrain. She had signed in at the Southern Trailhead on a Monday morning in late August. The logbook said she planned a 5-day solo hike through some of the deeper canyons. It was a challenging route, mostly off-trail, and the temperatures were still hitting over 100 degrees in the daytime. She didn't sign out. Normally, people mess that up all the time. They forget to sign out, or they exit at a different trailhead. But by Friday night, her car was still parked there, and by Saturday morning, a couple of rangers had been sent to look for her. I wasn't on the first sweep, but I was there when they came back. They'd found one of her water caches stashed near a dry creek, but nothing else. No sign of her. I joined the search the next morning. There were only 5 of us available, and we had to spread out. I was assigned to cover a section of narrow canyons known as Cliff Maze. That's not its official name, but that's what we called it. It was a spiderweb of twisting, steep-walled canyons, only about 3 to 5 feet wide in places, with cliffs shooting up 50 to 70 feet on both sides. Cell phones didn't work in there. Even radios were unreliable. To get there, I hiked 7 miles from the ranger station with a full pack, extra water, rope, and a satellite locator. I reached the edge of Cliff Maze around noon. The heat was sharp and dry, the kind that burns your nose when you breathe in too fast. I knew I had about 6 hours of light left, and if I didn't find anything by sundown, I'd have to set up camp and try again the next morning. I started at the western entrance of the maze. It was slow going. You had to squeeze sideways through some parts, and a few spots were only passable if you climbed over fallen boulders. I took photos of boot prints I found in the sand, some fresh, some not so fresh. A couple matched Allison's boot type and size from the info we had, but none of them gave a clear direction. It was about 3 p.m. when I found something that made my stomach twist. It was a pile of small stones, maybe 10 or 15 of them, stacked on a flat slab beside the canyon wall. That alone wasn't unusual. People leave cairns all the time. What bothered me was that each stone had a small piece of torn fabric tied around it. Blue, yellow, red, white, all faded by the sun, but carefully placed. I don't know why, but something about it didn't feel like a trail marker. It felt like a message, or maybe a warning. I took a photo and moved on. About 30 minutes later, I found a backpack. It was resting at the bottom of a narrow ledge, maybe 7 feet down. It looked like it had been thrown or dropped, not placed. I climbed down and opened it. Inside were some protein bars an empty hydration bladder, a first aid kit, and a folded map. The name A. Gray was written on the inside flap. This was definitely her pack. What confused me was that there was no sign of struggle. No blood, no rip straps. It was like she had just tossed it away. I marked the GPS location and radioed back to the base. It took a few tries to get the message through, and when I did, they told me to keep going, but be careful. I didn't need to be told. My skin was already crawling. I had that feeling in my spine like someone was watching me, but every time I turned, it was just narrow stone walls and blue sky. About an hour before sunset, I came to a part of the canyon I had never been in before. I knew the area well, had hiked through the maze dozens of times, but this section was unfamiliar. The walls were smoother here, almost polished, and the light was red-orange from the sun dipping down. The floor was packed sand, and it sloped down slightly, almost unnoticeable at first. I walked maybe 50 yards into this new stretch when I noticed a sharp smell, like something rotting but dry. Not fresh. I thought it might be a dead animal. Then I found the tarp. It was a dirty, sun-bleached green tarp stretched between two boulders, forming a makeshift shelter. Underneath it were a few scattered items. An empty water bottle, a metal cup, some dried-up noodles in a pot, and a rolled-up sleeping bag. But no person, no journal, no phone, no ID. The sleeping bag had a long rip along one side, as if it had snagged on something. I knelt down and checked the sand around it. There were footprints, lots of them. Some small, likely Allison's, but others barefoot, long, narrow. The toes spread wider than a normal human foot. They were mixed in with hers, circling the tarp like someone pacing. I stood up fast, every muscle tight. I followed the prints for maybe 15 more yards before they vanished into a crack in the canyon wall. It wasn't a cave exactly, more like a vertical slit barely wide enough to slide into sideways. The air that came out of it was cold. Not just cooler, but cold, like a refrigerator. I stared into the darkness and thought about going in. I didn't. Instead, I marked the location, set up my tent 100 yards away, and made myself sit still until morning. I didn't sleep much. Every time the wind howled through the canyon, I imagined it was something else. I kept my flashlight and flare gun close the entire night. At dawn, I radioed again and requested backup. They told me another ranger would meet me by noon. I spent the next few hours photographing everything. The prints, the tarp, the food, the slit in the wall. I didn't go in. I didn't want to go near it again. When the second ranger showed up, his name was Ken, we went back to the crack together. He agreed it was strange, but insisted on going inside. I followed him. We had to leave our packs outside to squeeze through. The passage opened up after about 15 feet into a narrow chamber, maybe 10 feet wide and 20 long. It was filled with the same smell as before, dry rot, mildew, and something sharp like ammonia. The floor was stone, but the walls had marks on them. Scratches, deep grooves, not from water or erosion, like claws or tools. At the far end of the chamber, we found bones. Not a full skeleton, just a few rib bones, a femur, something that looked like part of a skull. Not fresh, probably animal, but neither of us could say for sure. Ken didn't say much. We got out fast and didn't go back in. We radioed it in, and a proper search crew came the next day. They brought cadaver dogs, drones, and climbing gear. Over the next 4 days, they combed every inch of that section. They found Allison's body 3 miles west of the slit, down a side canyon with a dead end. She had fallen from a high ledge and landed wrong. Broken leg, cracked ribs, and head trauma. Based on the state of the body, she had been dead for at least 4 days. Here's the part that still bothers me. The medical examiner said she died from the fall, but the injuries showed signs of movement after death, like someone had dragged her or tried to carry her. Her boots were missing, so were her socks, and her pack had been left behind, even though it still had food and supplies. There were faint bruises around her arms and ankles, but no clear cause. No defensive wounds. No signs of an animal attack. After that, the park closed off that section of cliff maze. Officially, they said it was due to unstable rock formations, which wasn't a lie. But it wasn't the full truth either. I stayed on the job for another year, but I never went back to that canyon. Not once. I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't think there was anything magical or paranormal out there. But I do think someone or something was living in those canyons. Maybe an old hermit, maybe someone who had snapped and gone feral. Maybe something worse, something wild and barely human, hiding in those cracks and shadows. The desert is a big place. There are corners of it that no one has stepped into for decades, maybe centuries. And once in a while, someone disappears and we blame the heat, the terrain, the mistakes. But not all of them are accidents. I still have the photos, the footprints, the marks. I've worked as a park ranger for almost 12 years. Most of that time has been spent in a remote sector of northern Idaho, just south of the Canadian border. It's the kind of place where your radio crackles more often than it talks, and even when you do get through, the response time is usually over an hour. It's dense forest, long mountain ridges, and wide stretches of land with no cell coverage, no towns, and not even any real roads, just logging trails and fire access routes. It's beautiful, but it's not friendly, especially in October when the cold starts creeping in and everything feels like it's closing down for the winter. We call the area Deadwater Ridge. The name comes from an old logging settlement that used to exist here in the early 1900s. There's not much left of it. Some rotted timber, a few iron nails in the dirt, a crumbling well, and one rusted out stove someone dragged to the ranger station decades ago as a curiosity. The locals avoid the place. They'll say it's just superstition, that it's too isolated or bad luck, but they avoid it all the same. I got assigned to a 3-week solo patrol of the ridge last fall. It was a standard late-season sweep. The idea was to clear out the last of the backpackers, check for illegal hunting camps, make sure none of the old cabins had been broken into, and verify that the trail cameras were still working before winter set in. Normally, I'd be paired with someone, but our staffing was thin. My partner got pulled for a rescue op further west, and my supervisor told me to just go slow and be cautious. I'd done solo patrols before. I didn't see any reason to complain. I packed it on foot, loaded down with 3 weeks worth of freeze-dried meals, warm layers, ammo, and a heavy frame pack. My plan was to stay mostly in the high cabins. There are 5 fire lookout-style shelters scattered across the ridge. They're just simple wooden huts, but they have cots and wood stoves and thick doors that shut tight. No power, no plumbing. Just a roof over your head and a place to sleep that isn't wet ground. The first few days went smoothly. I cleared out some straggler campers, found an illegal deer blind that I took down, and hiked the boundary lines. It was the kind of slow, cold, methodical work that fills your time out here. You get used to the rhythm. Wake with the sun, make coffee over your stove, check your route, and spend the rest of the day walking trails that might not have seen another boot print in weeks. Things started to feel off about 5 days in. I was staying in cabin 3, the one near Split Rock Trail. That cabin is tucked in the trees, pretty good, and there's a steep drop on one side with a narrow stream at the bottom. The trail that leads in and out of there is tight and hard to see from more than 20 feet away. Around midnight that night, I was woken up by a sound. Not an animal. I know what the usual things sound like: elk, deer, even black bear, or the occasional cougar. This was different. It was steady, heavy steps, human pace, crunching leaves, the unmistakable weight of a person moving slowly just outside the cabin. I sat up in my sleeping bag, not breathing. No flashlight, no sudden moves. I just sat there and listened. The steps came closer, then stopped. I reached over and slowly unlatched the safety on my sidearm. I carry a .357 revolver, plenty of punch, and it doesn't jam in the cold. The cabin has 2 small windows, both covered in thick plastic to keep the heat in. I couldn't see out, and I didn't want to give myself away by lighting a lantern. The steps didn't come back. I waited, tense, until morning. At first light, I stepped outside. The ground was damp from frost, and the leaves held impressions well. I found the prints. Definitely human. Boots. Size maybe 11 or 12. Deep heel strikes. Someone had walked up behind the cabin and stood there for a long time. Just stood. Then walked away, same direction they came from. There were no campsites within 15 miles of that cabin. No trails that led anywhere but to the other ranger shelters or back down the ridge. I checked the nearby game cams, but both had been disabled. Not broken, just turned off. The switches flipped and batteries removed. That's when the hair on my neck started to rise. Someone was out here who didn't want to be seen. I logged the event in my field notes, marked it as unknown visitor, probable trespasser, and moved to cabin for the next day. I didn't want to stay in that spot any longer than I had to. Cabin 4 sits higher up near the tree line. There's a lot of exposed rock and wind up there, but it has a clear view of the surrounding area. I figured it would be easier to keep watch, and I needed a visual edge. On the second night there, just after sunset, I spotted a flicker of light in the trees to the west. At first I thought it was firelight. Maybe a campfire someone shouldn't be having this late in the season. I got out the binoculars and scanned the tree line. There was again, brief like a reflection. Then nothing. I hiked out the next morning to check it. It took me over an hour of climbing and side-hilling through brush to get close to where I'd seen the light. I didn't find a fire ring. I didn't find any tracks either, but I did find a plastic water bottle. Fresh. Still had condensation on the inside. It was a brand not sold in our nearest town. Something from Washington State. It had been left at the base of a tree. I felt watched. The silence was too thick. No birds, no wind. I couldn't explain it. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath. That night, I locked the cabin door and put a chair against it. It was a stupid gesture, but made me feel better. The next 3 days were quiet, but I moved fast. I checked the remaining trail cameras, logged more tracks, and noted 3 more spots where the cameras had been tampered with. Always the same, batteries pulled, nothing broken. Someone who knew what they were doing. I started catching glimpses of movement at the edges of my vision. Just flashes, someone ducking behind a tree, or a shadow where there shouldn't be one. Always too far to identify, never close enough to challenge. No noise, no smell, just presence. The 6th night at Cabin 5, I found something that changed the whole trip. Cabin 5 is in a clearing, and there's a small tool shed about 30 feet away. I opened that shed just after lunch to restock some gear and found a torn piece of blue fabric caught on the edge of the door. It looked like the sleeve of a rain jacket. Inside the shed, I found scuff marks in the dirt, 2 distinct sets of boot prints. One large, one smaller, but only one set left the shed. The other just stopped. There was no blood, no signs of struggle. Just stopped. I reported it to base that night via the satellite unit. I didn't hear back until the next afternoon. Weather had knocked out the relay tower, and my message hadn't gone through until they rebooted the system. They told me to finish my patrol, but keep logging everything. 2 days later, I was moving through a ravine near the south end of the ridge. I noticed an odd structure ahead, low, almost like a blind. I approached slowly. It was a camouflaged tarp stretched between fallen logs. Underneath was a pile of gear, not ranger issued, a battered sleeping bag, a small propane stove, a journal, and a hunting knife. The journal was the only thing with writing in it. I flipped through it quickly, just dates, scattered notes, short phrases like North Fork clear and avoid 3. Nothing useful. Then I saw the photo. It was slipped between the pages. A Polaroid, old but not faded. It showed a man in a flannel jacket standing at the edge of a trail. He was holding something in his hands. I couldn't tell what, but he looked tense. Behind him, just barely visible through the trees, was a second figure. Blurry, motion caught mid-step, unmistakable outline of a person. No face. The picture made my skin crawl. I tucked it in my coat and took the journal. That night, I didn't sleep. Every crack of the wood stove made me twitch. I started to believe I wasn't just being watched. I was being followed. On my second to last day, I hiked down to the base of the ridge to check an old, seldom used trail. It's a steep path, nearly vertical in some places, but it gives access to a river crossing that's sometimes used by hunters. About halfway down, I found drag marks. Deep ones, as if someone had been pulling a large, heavy object downhill. The marks led off the trail into a thicket of dense pine. I followed them. It was maybe 200 yards through heavy brush before I found the end. A pit, about 6 feet wide, maybe 4 feet deep, recently dug. There were flies, and the smell hit me before I saw anything. The bottom held black plastic bags, several of them, torn open. Inside were clothes, personal items, a boot, no body, but too much to be anything but a dump site. I backed out carefully, didn't touch anything else, took GPS coordinates and hiked straight to the extraction point. When the chopper picked me up the next morning, I handed everything over: journal, photo, map, GPS data. I didn't ask questions. I didn't need to. 3 weeks later, I was called into a meeting with our head supervisor and two men I didn't recognize. They wore plain jackets and had no names on their IDs. They asked me to recount the whole trip again. Every detail. I gave it to them straight. They never said who the camp belonged to. Never said what they found in the pit. Just thanked me for my cooperation. I've worked as a park ranger for nearly 13 years now, and I've seen all kinds of things in that time. Lost hikers, animal attacks, drug labs deep in the brush, even bodies. You learn to expect the worst when you get called out to remote areas, especially in the colder months when help can be hours away, and people tend to make desperate decisions. But this story I'm about to tell you, it stuck with me in a different way, and I think it will stay with me until the day I die. It was the first week of November, just after hunting season had ended in the northern section of the park. This was deep country, thick lodgepole pine, narrow two-track service roads, and miles of nothing in every direction. The kind of place where your radio stops working 5 miles in, where the air is so still at night, it feels like the trees are listening. I was assigned to check an old service route that connected a now-defunct fire lookout tower to the main ranger station. We called it Trapline Road because back in the 70s, some guy used to run fur traps through the woods up that way. The road was barely more than 2 worn tire tracks at this point. It hadn't been officially maintained in over a decade, but a few times a year, we were asked to drive it and check for downed trees or signs of squatting or illegal camps. Mostly it was uneventful. Just a long drive through thick woods, a few notes in the logbook, then back home. This time fell off from the start. The assignment came through the morning before, and I remember thinking it was strange they wanted a solo sweep. Normally this route was done in pairs, not because it was dangerous, but because it was long and boring. And if something happened to your truck, you'd be screwed out there alone. I asked dispatch if anyone else was assigned to it, and they just said, nope, you're the only one scheduled for the 8 a.m. sweep. I figured maybe budget cuts were kicking in again. I packed my kit that night: water, maps, flare gun, battery jump, recovery straps, tire repair kit, satellite beacon, the works. I don't mess around when it comes to gear. I've seen too many new guys think they're invincible just because they've got a radio. Radios stop working. Batteries die. You learn to prepare for the worst, or you don't last long out here. I left the station around 7:30 the next morning. It was cold, maybe 28 degrees. Ice clung to the shaded spots along the gravel roads. My breath fogged up the windshield every time I exhaled. I had my department-issued truck, a white Ford F-150 with 4 service markings and a brush guard on the front. I stopped once at a small pull-off to use the bathroom and double-checked the map. Then I started down Trapline Road. I hadn't driven it in maybe 4 years, and even then, I was with another ranger. The road was worse than I remembered. Soft shoulders, tight bends, overgrown branches scratching the side of the truck. I had to get out 3 separate times to chainsaw through windfall logs that blocked the trail. Each time, I kept looking behind me out of habit. I don't know why. Just felt like I wasn't alone. Around noon, I stopped for lunch. Just a peanut butter sandwich and some jerky. I parked in a small clearing where the trees opened up a bit and gave me some sun. I stood outside the truck to eat, listening to the birds. Something felled off in the air. Not wrong exactly, just quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you pay more attention to every little sound. Twigs snapping, wind moving through branches, your own breathing. It reminded me of those predator-heavy zones deeper in the forest where animals stay extra still. I've seen deer do it when they sense a cougar nearby. A weird kind of frozen alertness. I told myself to shake it off. I was just jumpy from being alone all day. I drove on for another hour. The road twisted around a narrow creek bed, and that's when I saw the first thing that really made me stop. It was a boot. A single worn leather boot lying on the edge of the trail, maybe 10 feet off into the brush. It wasn't new. cracked and muddy, the kind you'd expect from a trapper or logger. I stopped the truck, put it in park, and got out to check. The boot wasn't just discarded, it was placed, upright, heel resting on the moss, laces tied tight. There were no tracks nearby, no signs of struggle, no scuffs in the dirt like someone had fallen. Just this one boot sitting alone in the woods. I made a note of it, snapped a few photos with the department camera, and kept going. Maybe it fell out of someone's pack, I thought. Maybe a hunter got turned around, lost a boot, and hobbled back to the road. Things happen. Still, I couldn't shake the image of that one boot just standing there like it had been left for someone to find. About 20 minutes later, I came across a second one. This time it was a glove, black leather, laid flat on a rotting log, palm up like a hand reaching out of the wood. Same deal, no tracks, no other gear nearby, just a single item placed in a strange way. At this point, I stopped the truck completely and radioed in. I called dispatch and gave them my location, but the radio just buzzed static. No response. I tried again. Nothing. I climbed out and held the unit above my head like we're trained to do when signal gets weak. Still nothing. I didn't panic. I had my satellite beacon in the truck, and the road looped back toward the lookout in another 4 or 5 miles. I figured I'd finish the sweep, make a full report back at the station, and be done with it. But I'll admit, I started to feel nervous. Little things were stacking up, and I hadn't seen any animal tracks all day. No deer, no rabbits, no bear scat. The forest felt empty, like something had pressed a mute button on the whole valley. I drove on. The road narrowed further and sloped uphill. I reached a long straightaway lined with dense pine on both sides. That's when I saw the figure. He was standing in the middle of the road, about 200 feet ahead, wearing what looked like a brown canvas jacket and jeans. Just standing there, not moving, not waving, not reacting at all. I slowed the truck and came to a stop maybe 100 feet away. I waited. Nothing. The man didn't move. I watched him closely, trying to make out details, age, size, anything. But there was something strange. His posture was too straight. His arms hung weirdly stiff, and I couldn't see his face. Not because of the distance, just because it was in shadow. The whole thing looked off, like a mannequin someone had left in the woods. I honked the horn once. Nothing. I waited another 30 seconds. Then I slowly pulled forward. I made about 30 feet before I blinked, and he was gone. Just like that. No sound. No movement. Nothing but empty road. I stopped the truck again and sat there for maybe 5 full minutes. I looked all around, into the brush, up the trees, everywhere. Nothing. I even got out and walked up to where he had been standing. There were no footprints, no broken twigs, just pine needles and silence. That was the moment I realized something was very wrong. I got back in the truck and turned around. I wasn't going any further. I was done. Whatever was happening out there, I wanted no part of it. I started heading back the way I came, but about 5 minutes into the return trip, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The boot, the same one from earlier. It was back, but this time it was in the middle of the road, right in the tire path I had just driven over less than an hour ago. There was no way I missed it, no way I could have driven over it without noticing. It was placed there after I passed the first time. I floored it. I didn't stop again until I was nearly back at the pull-off where I'd eaten lunch. And that's when I saw the tracks. Human tracks. Bare feet. Dozens of them. Crossing the road, heading into the brush on both sides. Not normal walking patterns either. They were scattered, messy like people running or staggering. And they weren't old. The edges were still sharp in the frost. I parked and grabbed my rifle. I wasn't taking chances. I walked over to the tracks and followed one set maybe 30 feet into the woods. That's when I found the fire. Someone had built a small campfire, just coals now, still warm. Nearby was a ring of logs used as seating and something worse. A deer carcass, skinned, cut open, but not butchered. It had been left there, gutted but untouched. No meat taken, just opened up and discarded. Next to it was a knife stuck into the bark of a tree. A long blade, bone handle stained dark. And carved into the tree above the knife were 5 tally marks. I backed away, rifle raised. I returned to the truck and locked the doors. I drove straight out, never slowing down, even when the road got bad. The truck bounced and skidded, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. It took me nearly 2 hours to reach a place where the radio worked again. I called dispatch and told them everything. They sent backup, and we returned as a group the next morning. But the boot was gone. So was the glove. So it was the fire, the carcass, the knife, everything. Not a trace left. Even the tracks had faded overnight. They thought I was exaggerating. Said maybe it was some local survivalist messing with me. Said the cold can play tricks on you when you're alone. But I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't a trick. After that, I refused solo assignments for a full year. I transferred districts the next season. They've since blocked off Trapline Road entirely. Said it's too unstable. Not worth maintaining. They don't know the real reason. But I do. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in monsters. But I do believe in people. And I believe that someone, or maybe a group of someones, was out there that day, living in the woods, watching, waiting, marking kills on a... I've been a park ranger for over 15 years now. I've worked in 3 different states, from the flat Midwest to the thick, forested regions of the Pacific Northwest. But nothing, and I mean nothing, ever got to me like what happened during my 3rd year on the job, when I was stationed in a sprawling mountain park in Montana. It wasn't one of the big name parks. You wouldn't know the name if I told you, and even if you did, it's likely not somewhere you'd ever visit. The park mostly served for remote hiking trails, backcountry hunting, and the occasional wildlife research project. Not a lot of tourists, no massive campsites or visitor centers, just rough cabins, old ranger towers, and endless woods that rolled over the hills for miles. I was 28 at the time, still trying to prove myself. I took pride in volunteering for the assignments that others didn't want. That's how I ended up with Post 37. Post 37 wasn't anything glamorous. It was a one-man ranger cabin nearly 12 miles off the main ranger station, deep in the forest on the north end of the park. The cabin sat near a winding creek with a barely usable dirt road leading to it. You couldn't drive up to the cabin year-round because the road got washed out or overgrown half the time. In winter, the place was inaccessible except by snowmobile or snowshoes. Even in summer, it was a brutal haul. It was technically a fire watch post, though it wasn't a tower. Just a cabin with a radio, a cot, and an old notebook dating back to the 80s with weather logs and fire alerts. My job was to rotate in for a week, scan the ridge lines for smoke twice a day, log wind and visibility, and report any human activity. Hikers weren't supposed to be up that far without permits, and very few ever came through. But every ranger hated Post 37. Some said it was the isolation. Some said it was the weird way radios never worked right up there. Some said it was just the feeling, that strange gut twist when the sun went down and the woods got too quiet. But no one ever said more than that. And like an idiot, I signed up for a 2-week stretch up there, volunteering to cover for a guy who had busted his ankle on a trail. I arrived on a Monday. It was mid-June, warm and humid, and the forest was buzzing with mosquitoes and flies. I parked the truck where the dirt road became more like a narrow trail, slung my pack on my shoulders, and hiked the last 2 miles in. The cabin itself was in better shape than I expected. The roof didn't leak, the screen on the door still worked, and there was even a small propane stove. The walls were bare wood, rough and stained, with a single cot on one side and a desk beneath the front window that overlooked a patch of trees. There was a metal cabinet with some emergency supplies and a binder of radio instructions. Nothing cozy, but nothing falling apart either. I settled in quick. First few days were normal. Morning scans showed clear skies. No smoke, no hikers. I'd cook rice or can soup on the little stove, drink coffee by the creek, take notes about wind and cloud cover. At night, the forest came alive with crickets and frogs. I'd sit on the porch and let the cool air wash over me, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. By Thursday night, though, something started feeling wrong. It wasn't anything big, just small things. Off things. Like I started waking up in the middle of the night and realizing I'd fallen asleep with the cabin door cracked open, even though I swore I shut it. Or noticing the smell of wet earth inside the cabin, even though the floors were dry. Once I swore I saw something, maybe a deer, standing still by the creek long after midnight, but when I looked again, it was gone. Still, I told myself it was just the isolation. The forest does weird things to your senses when you're alone. It messes with your perception of time, sound, even smell. I ignored it, but on Friday morning, I found footprints. They were human, barefoot, and they were right outside the cabin window. At first, I thought they were mine. Maybe I had wandered around without shoes the day before, gone to the creek or something. But these weren't mine. The prints were too long, with narrow heels and deep toes. Almost like the person had been leaning forward, pressing their weight hard into the ground. And they weren't just in one spot. They circled the entire cabin. The weirdest part? They were fresh. The ground outside was soft from rain the night before. My own boot prints had clear edges. These barefoot ones were just as sharp. No smudges, no signs of age. I stood there staring at them for a long time. Something about them made my stomach knot. They weren't casual. They weren't like someone had wandered past on a hike. They circled the cabin 3, 4, maybe 5 times, then disappeared into the woods. I radioed it in to the main station. Got a garbled reply, mostly static. I only caught a few words: copy, check perimeter, report in the evening. I did what I was told. Checked around. Hiked down to the creek and back, maybe a mile loop. No more prints, no broken branches, nothing else that seemed out of place. So I let it go. That night, I locked the door tight and shoved my backpack against it. I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing soft sounds outside. Twigs snapping, leaves brushing together, even what sounded like a whisper at one point. I told myself it was just wind, my mind playing tricks, but I didn't open the door again until morning. Saturday was hot, too hot for the elevation. The air felt sticky and thick, and the birds barely sang. I tried to distract myself by doing maintenance around the cabin, sharpening tools, stacking firewood, checking the water barrel, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. By late afternoon, I noticed the woods had gone silent. Dead silent. No barges, no boogies, no wind. I went out to the edge of the creek again. It's where I always felt safest. Open space, clear views. But when I reached it, I found something waiting for me. A shirt, a torn flannel shirt, soaked and crusted with dirt, laid out flat on a log like someone had folded it and left it for me to find. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it. It hadn't been there yesterday. No way I'd miss something like that. Back at the cabin, I took down the rifle from the wall. It was old, bolt action, but still functional. I loaded it, then locked myself inside before sunset. That night, everything changed. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a noise like dragging footsteps on gravel. I sat up in the dark, heart thudding, hand tight on the rifle. The sound circled the cabin, slow and deliberate. Then something touched the wall. Not a knock, not a bang. A brush, like fingers dragging across the boards. Then again, and again, like it was tracing the hole outside. I held my breath and didn't move. At some point, it stopped. The silence was heavier than before. I waited another hour before I dared to peek through the window. Nothing. But in the morning, the prints were back. Not just around the cabin this time. On the porch, on the steps, pressed into the dirt by the door. Still barefoot, still fresh. I tried to radio in again. Static. I moved the antenna, rebooted the device, even walked uphill with the radio pack, but got nothing. I had 5 days left in my rotation, but I knew I wasn't staying. I packed everything I could into my bag, left behind the camp stove, and started hiking toward the service trail before sunrise. I didn't stop until I was halfway back to the ranger station. I slept that night under a tarp, rifle at my side. When I reached the main station the next day, I told them I had an emergency. I said I saw signs of an unstable squatter, someone living off-grid up by Post 37. They sent a ranger to check the area. He stayed one night. He came back and didn't say a word. He wouldn't look me in the eye. He put in for a transfer 3 days later. They closed Post 37 for the season. Said it needed maintenance. No one rotated in again that summer. 3 months later, a group of hunters found bones by the creek. Just a few. Not enough to identify a body. Just ribs and part of a pelvis. Park Service buried them without much comment. Claimed they were from a deer or elk, but I saw them. I know what I saw. They weren't animal bones. I've worked dozens of cabins since. Watched fire lines, tracked poachers, even dealt with bear attacks. But I never went back to Post 37. I won't. Not even if they double my pay. Because something lives up there. Something that watches from the woods, barefoot and silent. Something that doesn't need to speak, doesn't need to chase, just waits. And I think it wanted me to stay longer. But I didn't. I left. And I'm not going back. I was posted in the northern district of the park system, a stretch of about 130 square miles of mostly forested land and old river systems that run like veins through the backcountry. I've been a ranger for going on 13 years. This section was mostly known for its hiking trails, quiet streams, and not much else. Not many visitors came to this park. Not because it wasn't pretty, but because it didn't offer much in the way of facilities or cell service. Most folks went to the more polished campgrounds further south. My station was in a small, 3-room cabin about 20 minutes up a gravel access road. I had solar power, a backup generator, a radio tower on the ridge, and about 30 miles of winding, unmarked service roads to patrol. That was my life. I liked it that way. This particular story happened late October last year. Things have been quiet. No missing persons, no weird animal reports, not even the usual backpacker spraining an ankle. Just the way I liked it. I did solo patrols twice a day, once at first light and once a few hours before sunset. It helped keep my mind sharp, my boots broken in, and the map of this place fresh in my head. On the day it started, I was doing a routine check near an old and used trailhead we referred to as the drainage trail. It wasn't an official route anymore. Hadn't been for probably 10 years, but old maps still showed it, and some stubborn hikers would sometimes try to bushwhack their way through. It got its name from the fact that it followed a long, steep natural drainage down into a gorge. Lots of washouts, loose rock, and rotted footbridges. I'd gone down it once about 4 years earlier, and that was more than enough for me. That day, I noticed something off right away. Someone had parked a truck off the gravel loop near the trailhead. A beat-up gray Tacoma. Windows cracked, tailgate down, no one in sight. It didn't look abandoned. There wasn't dust or leaves on it, and the tires were clean. It hadn't been there the day before. My first thought was maybe a hunter or a squatter decided to explore the drainage despite all the signs saying closed and unmaintained trail and no access. I checked the vehicle. Nothing weird inside. Water bottles, a duffel bag, a few snack wrappers. One hunting license stuck to the inside of the windshield with a clip. Valid. Name said Mitchell H. Rolson. I noted the plate number and time, then walked about a quarter mile down the overgrown entrance to the trail. The old sign was still there, barely hanging by a single rusted bolt. Beyond that, just weeds and overgrown thickets. But I saw boot prints. Recent. One set headed in. The size was medium. Could have been a man in his 30s or 40s, judging by the shape and tread depth. He wasn't jogging or running, just moving at a steady pace. I didn't have time to go in far that day. The sun was starting to dip, and this trail was a death trap even during daylight. So I made a note to return the next morning. I radioed the station on the ridge to file a report in case it turned into a missing person case. They logged the vehicle and owner. I locked up the cabin and prepped to head in early the next day. Next morning, I got there around 6:30 a.m. The truck was still there. No signs of anyone returning during the night. That was my green light to go in. I packed light, standard gear, GPS, radio, MREs, water, flare, sidearm. I wore thick boots and double wrapped my ankles because the terrain down there is brutal. I marked my GPS coordinates and started down the trail. The first thing I noticed was how fast the overgrowth had swallowed everything. The path was barely a path anymore. Blackberry brambles, saplings, and creeping vines had all but erased the original trail. Every 30 feet or so, I had to stop and orient myself by the faint dips in the ground and the occasional remnant of an old wooden railing or stone edge. About 40 minutes in, I found a broken trekking pole in the underbrush. It was snapped clean in half like someone had slipped and caught themselves on it. The ground nearby showed signs of a fall, scuffed leaves, disturbed dirt, and a long drag mark heading down the slope. I followed it slowly. The air was cooler there, and the sun barely made it through the thick canopy. The trees leaned in from all sides. My radio started cutting out intermittently. No surprise. This drainage cut through rock walls on both sides like a canyon. GPS was spotty too, but I kept marking my position when it allowed. At about the 2-hour mark, I came across something that really stopped me. A pile of gear laid out carefully across a flat patch of mossy stone. Backpack, jacket, gloves, even a headlamp. All folded or placed as if whoever owned them had been planning to come back. The backpack still had food inside. A half-eaten granola bar. A sealed water bottle. No sign of damage. No blood. But no person either. That's when my skin started crawling a little. The orderliness of it made me uneasy. It wasn't the gear being there that bothered me. It was how neatly it was laid out. Most people who get hurt or lost ditch stuff in a panic or scatter it. This was different. It was like he stopped, took everything off, and walked away on purpose. But why? I left the gear as is for documentation, marked it with a flag, and went on. I had to cross the remains of a washed-out footbridge not long after. A makeshift log had been placed there recently, too. I checked the wear. Bark stripped just days earlier. Someone made it to this point. Probably Mitchell. On the far side of the drainage, I found something else strange. Scratch marks on a tree. Deep ones, about shoulder height. Not made by a bear. Not claw-shaped. These were straight, repeated gouges like someone was using a blade or something sharp and thin. The bark was peeled back in long lines, 5 or 6 slashes. It reminded me of prison cell tallies. Not damage from an animal. This was done by hand. But there were no other signs. No campfire, no trash, nothing. I kept moving. Around 1:30 p.m., I reached what looked like an old rock slide area. Dozens of mossy boulders blocked the path. I circled around them, and that's when I saw it. Boot prints. Fresh ones. But there were more now. 2 sets. One matched Mitchell's earlier. The other set was larger, heavier tread. Maybe a size 12 or 13 boot. Deeper too, like the person was carrying weight or was just bigger. The pattern showed them walking together for a bit. But then, after 100 feet or so, Mitchell's print stopped. Just stopped. Like he vanished mid-step. No scuffle. No blood. No drop-off nearby. Just gone. The larger boot prints kept going. That's when I radioed in again. No answer. Static. I turned back. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I'd already gone 5 miles in, and I had no backup, spotty comms, and the trail only got worse from here. I marked the location and made my way out by nightfall. When I got back to the cabin, I checked the logs. No one had come for the truck. I filed a formal missing persons report that night. The next day, a search team of 4 rangers plus 1 sheriff's deputy came out with me. We brought dogs. We went back to the last point of contact and spread out. The dogs caught a scent near the area where the 2 sets of boot prints had been, but they acted strangely. One dog barked constantly, refused to go past the edge of a certain area. Another started whining and sat down. We pushed forward. We found something else. A tarp. Not standard issue. It was old, stained with something dark, and stretched between 2 trees in a crude lean-to. Beneath it, bones. Not full skeletons. Just a femur, part of a spine. A boot beside it. Same model as the one from Mitchell's truck. But not enough to confirm identity. We radioed the coroner. The area was sealed off. Crime scene now. Later that week, the forensic team confirmed the bones were human. DNA matched a missing person from 4 years ago. Not Mitchell. We never found a second person who made those larger boot prints. Not a trace. No fingerprints, no name. No one ever came for the Tacoma. The trail is still closed. We reinforced the warning signs. Even chained off the access road. But here's the thing that stays with me. 3 weeks later, another ranger, new kid from Oregon, did a sweep near the same area. Just a routine look. When he came back, he was pale, shaking. Said he found something stuck in a tree, but refused to go back and get it. I went in with him the next morning. It was a boot, worn, soaked, and jammed about 12 feet up in a pine tree like someone had thrown it there, or hung it. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Just 5 words. Don't follow the bigger prints. We logged it, photographed it, filed it. No fingerprints. No DNA. That's the last time I set foot on that trail. I'm telling you all this now because I'm done with that district. I took a desk job at a southern post. Somewhere sunny. Flat. Nothing but sand and brush and snakes. I've seen a lot in these woods over the years. Lost hikers, black bear attacks. Even found a guy who broke his leg and survived on bugs for 5 days before we rescued him. But nothing sits in my stomach like what I saw down that drainage. Nothing makes less sense and yet feels so real, so intentional. Someone or something was living out there, and it wasn't. I've worked as a park ranger for 12 years. During that time, I've seen my share of strange things: missing hikers, animal attacks, forest fires that come out of nowhere, sudden weather changes, and people who do stupid things thinking the rules don't apply to them. But there's one incident that sticks with me in a way none of the others do. It happened 6 years ago, and to this day, I think about it every time I lace up my boots. I still remember the air that day, how still it was, and how I just knew something was off. The park I work in is in the northern part of the state, near the border. It covers a little over 300 square miles of mostly forest and mountainous terrain. Most people stick to the lower elevation areas, popular trails, lakeside campsites, the visitor center, that sort of thing. But if you go deeper, out where the trees are thicker, the air is colder, and cell service drops off completely. That's my area. I get the tougher assignments, the overnight shifts, the longer patrols, the ones that require snowshoes or carrying gear miles and on foot. I never complained. I like the quiet, or at least I used to. It was early fall, late September. The trees were just starting to turn. Daytime temperatures were in the 60s, but at night it dropped to the 30s. We'd had a light dusting of snow the previous week at higher elevations, but most of it had melted off. That morning, I was sent out to check the backcountry routes near the eastern edge of the park. It was standard procedure. Before the colder months, we inspected lesser-used trails to check signage, look for damage, make sure no one had illegally set up a hunting camp, and document any erosion or washouts. These weren't tourist trails. They were barely marked paths used mostly by wildlife and the occasional die-hard backpacker. I had a list of trails to check. Trail 42 through 49. Most of them are between 3 and 7 miles long, winding through dense forest and up ridge lines. The one I had left was Trail 47. Trail 47 wasn't anything special. It ran a little under 4 miles, starting in an old service road that had been blocked off for years. It climbed slowly through a narrow valley and ended at a rocky outcrop overlooking a dry riverbed. The trail itself wasn't even on the maps we gave the public anymore. It had been officially closed after a minor rock slide had made a part of it unstable years ago. But that didn't stop everyone. Sometimes we'd find fire rings or trash out there, signs that people were still using it. I parked the truck near the barrier at the base of the service road and locked up. I radioed in my location, like always, and started walking. I had my full day pack with me: GPS, trail maps, medkit, flashlight, bear spray, water, extra socks, and my sidearm. I wasn't expecting any problems, but experience had taught me to always be ready. The first mile or so was quiet. No wind, no birds, just the crunch of pine needles under my boots. The sun was already behind the ridge, even though it was only about 10 in the morning. Shadows stretched long across the trail. I stopped a few times to snap photos of some broken signage and note a few fallen limbs that were blocking the path. I made mental notes of what gear we'd need to clear them later. Nothing unusual. I came across a set of boot prints near mile 1.5. They were fresh. You learn to read ground after a while. These had been made sometime in the last day or two. Not deep enough for wet ground, but not dusty either. The boots looked like standard hiking boots, maybe size 10. They were going in the same direction I was. Not a huge deal. Like I said, people ignored signs all the time. I kept going, scanning the trees and rocks for any signs of human activity. I didn't see much else. No litter, no broken branches, no clothing caught on thorns or anything like that. Around mile 2.5, the trail began to narrow. This part always felt strange. The trees got thicker, and the air always felt colder, like you were walking into a cave, even though you were still outside. The forest had a way of doing that, blocking light and sound until everything felt muffled. I stopped for a quick water break and jotted some notes. That's when I noticed something weird. There were more prints, but now they were overlapping, going both directions back and forth over the same section of trail. The ground was kind of soft there from leaf rot and maybe a trickle of runoff from higher up. It looked like someone had paced around that area multiple times. No animal tracks, no bike marks, just boots, same size and tread pattern. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Maybe whoever was had turned around and then come back again. But it wasn't just a single backtrack. There were 4, maybe 5 distinct direction changes, all within 10 yards. Like they didn't know which way they were going. Or they kept changing their mind. I kept going. I wasn't spooked yet, but I was alert. I've tracked people before, lost hikers, injured campers, and behavior like that usually meant one thing: panic. People don't pace like that unless they're confused, lost, or scared. Sometimes they've eaten the wrong berries. Sometimes they're dehydrated. Sometimes they're just not thinking straight. The trail climbed sharply after that point. Switchbacks took me up a steep hillside, and the forest thinned out slightly. I could see more sky now, but it was pale and flat, no clouds, no color. Just that weird washed-out white you sometimes get in the mountains before front rolls in. The air felt heavier. At the top of the switchbacks, just before the overlook, I found something I wasn't expecting. A tent. It wasn't hidden. It was maybe 20 feet off the trail in a small clearing. Olive green, low profile, older model. Looked like it had been out there for at least a few nights, but not much longer. The rainfly was off, and the zipper was halfway down. A small fire ring sat nearby, cold, but not long abandoned. The stones were still black with soot. No visible trash, which was unusual. Most people leave wrappers, cans, something. I walked a slow circle around the tent before stepping closer. There were no signs of struggle. No claw marks, no signs of weather damage. I gently pulled the flap open with my gloved hand and looked inside. There was a sleeping bag, rolled out, half unzipped. No one in it. A pack was shoved into the corner. Medium size, external frame, canvas. I didn't touch it. I scanned with my flashlight. The bag looked full, like the person hadn't packed up yet. There were socks drying on a line strung between 2 trees. They were stiff, like they'd been damp for too long in cold air. There was also a notebook on top of a rolled-up jacket near the tent door. I crouched and read the top page without touching it. The handwriting was uneven, not messy, just inconsistent, like it had been written while walking or while cold. There were no dates or names, just fragments. A few words jumped out at me. Felt watched. No animals, not even squirrels. Heard movement last night, not wind. Tree was marked, not there this morning. I took a step back and looked around again. That part of the trail was surrounded by pine and spruce. Quiet as a graveyard. No movement. No birds. I marked the location on my GPS, snapped a few photos of the site, and radioed into base that I'd found an abandoned camp and would investigate further. No response. Not surprising, reception was garbage that far out. I didn't like leaving without checking the rest of the trail, but I also didn't want to spend too much more time there. I moved on faster now. The overlook was only half a mile ahead. I figured I'd get there, log the condition, then double back and do a more thorough check of the campsite before heading out. The overlook was empty. The ground was dry and cracked, with a few old animal prints and some low brush pushing up through the rock. I took a few quick notes and turned back. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were fresh footprints in the trail, overlapping mine. I stopped, looked back. The trail behind me was narrow and sloped. The prints weren't there when I came through. I was sure of it. They were on top of mine. Someone had come up behind me after I'd passed and followed my path to the overlook. But I hadn't heard anything. I scanned the trees. Nothing. Dead silent. I followed the prints back, slow and careful, hand resting on my sidearm. The prints went all the way back to the campsite. Then they stopped. No prints leading away. No signs of someone walking into the woods. Just gone. I stepped into the clearing again, heart thudding. The tent was the same. The pack was untouched. The notebook hadn't moved, but the socks were gone. That's when I realized what had been bothering me. The campsite was too clean, too organized. No sign of weather damage. No dirt. No torn fabric. No disarray. Like someone had packed up in the middle of staying there, but only partly. Like they had planned to come back. I didn't wait around any longer. I hiked back fast, eyes darting between the trees. The wind had picked up just slightly, enough to make the branches move, enough to play tricks on your ears. I didn't see anything on the hike out. No figures, no animals, no movement. But when I got back to the service road and unlocked the truck, I saw something that made me freeze. Sitting on the hood, like it had been carefully placed there, was one of the socks from the campsite. Still damp. I didn't touch it. I got in, locked the doors, and drove back to station. Later, when we sent a search team, I worked as a seasonal park ranger for a few years after college. Most of the time, it was peaceful. You do your rounds, check permits, keep an eye on campers, monitor wildlife, and write reports. There's a rhythm to it, especially in the less visited parks. I was stationed in one of those, a large, mostly forgotten national forest out west that only a handful of hikers or hunters ever bothered with. The place was spread out, rugged, mostly dense woods and uneven hills with a few lakes scattered deep inside. There were trails, sure, but most of them weren't marked well and barely anyone maintained them. It was the kind of place where if you got lost, you'd stay that way for a while. It was late September and I'd been assigned a solo shift for a 3-day stretch, pretty normal for that time of year. Staff was always short after Labor Day. Tourists were gone. Weather was starting to turn. The trees were bright red and orange, and the temperature dropped fast after the sun dipped behind the trees. My job was to patrol a section of the park we called Section 12. It wasn't a real designation, just something we rangers used. The area was far from the main ranger station, about a 2-hour drive in, then another hour or so on foot to get into the thicker parts. The only reason Section 12 even got patrolled was because there was an old fire lookout tower out there. Not one of the fancy new ones with power and Wi-Fi. This one was built in the 40s, maybe earlier, with steps, rusted bolts, and barely enough room up top for a cot and a small desk. The window shutters didn't seal right anymore, and the trapdoor up to the cabin stuck hard unless you slammed your shoulder into it. We only checked it a few times a year to make sure it hadn't collapsed or been vandalized. Most of the rangers hated going out that far. You couldn't drive to it. No radio signal. Spotty GPS. And the trails that led to it were overgrown. Some didn't even look like trails anymore. If anything went wrong, you were alone out there. I was one of the few who didn't mind it. I liked the quiet. I'd grown up in the woods. My dad taught me how to track deer, how to make fires from wet leaves, and how to find north by looking at tree moss and ant hills. So when I got the shift, I packed up my standard gear, extra water, 2 days of food, my field radio, notebook, map, compass, and headed out. The first day was uneventful. Hiked in, got to the tower just before dusk. Did a quick check. No damage. No signs of animals breaking in. The trapdoor was still hard to open, but it worked. I went up, unrolled my sleeping bag, and had some beef jerky while I watched the sun go down behind the hills. You could see for miles from that height. The tree line stretched in every direction, and the colors were insane. Deep golds and reds everywhere. It would have been peaceful if not for how quiet it was. Not silent, but off. No birds, no squirrels, just wind moving through the trees. I chalked it up to the season. Fall always made the forest feel different. I fell asleep without much thought. Sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, just odd, kind of like a low crunching or shifting sound. I stayed still for a few seconds, just listening. It came again, soft, like weight pressing into the ground below. The kind of noise you'd hear if someone stepped on dry leaves slowly, trying not to make noise. I sat up and looked through the window. It was pitch black, but the moon gave enough light to make out the clearing around the base of the tower. I couldn't see anything moving, but the sound came again. I pressed my ear to the floorboards. More soft shifting, then silence. I waited a few minutes, didn't hear anything else, and convinced myself it was probably a deer or maybe a black bear sniffing around. Still, I kept my boots on and my flashlight within arm's reach when I lay back down. The next day, I got up, climbed down the tower, did a short patrol and a loop around the area. Nothing unusual. But while walking, I noticed something that stuck in my head. About 200 yards from the tower, just off the overgrown trail, I found a spot where the ground had been disturbed. The dirt was turned up in a patch about 3 feet wide, like someone had tried to dig something out of the ground with their hands, or maybe a small tool. No prints, no scat, nothing else. Just that one patch of turned up earth. I looked at it for a long time, trying to figure out what it could be. Bears dig sometimes, sure, but usually for food or roots, and they leave claw marks. This looked neater, more deliberate. I even ran my fingers through the soil. It had been disturbed recently, no more than a day or two old. Still damp underneath. Again, I shrugged it off. Could have been a hiker digging for some stupid reason. Maybe they buried trash. Maybe they thought they'd found something. I made my way back to the tower, climbed back up, and wrote it down in my logbook. That night, it got colder. I had my coat zipped up tight and tried to sleep, but around 1:30 or so, I heard it again. The same slow movement below. This time it was louder, more deliberate, like someone pacing in a circle at the base of the tower. Crunch, pause, crunch, then silence. I waited, holding my breath. After a while, I cracked the trapdoor just enough to peek through the gap. The angle didn't give me a full view, but I didn't see anything. I kept watching. My flashlight was in one hand, the other gripping the handle of my utility knife. Not because I thought I'd use it, but because it made me feel better. The noise stopped again. I stayed there for an hour, just listening. Nothing. Next morning, I climbed down and did a full search of the area. There were faint indentations in the leaves and dirt. Not clear footprints, but signs that something had moved around. Could have been an animal, maybe a person. The only thing that didn't make sense was how quiet it had been. If something was circling the tower, I should have heard it walk off. But I hadn't. I was scheduled to leave that evening, but something kept nagging at me. I decided to stay one more night. I reported in via the field radio around midday. Didn't mention the noises. Just said I wanted to double check the nearby trail markers. It wasn't a lie, really. A few had fallen over, and some were barely visible under brush. I spent the afternoon doing just that, reinforcing some markers, clearing dead branches, and walking a wider patrol loop. Around 3 p.m., I found something that made me stop cold. About half a mile from the tower, near an old service trail no longer in use, I found a tarp. It was covered with dirt and leaves, but part of a corner stuck out. I pulled it loose and found underneath it a pile of gear, some old, some new. A backpack, 2 small shovels, a pair of gloves, and a rolled-up sleeping bag. The bag was water damaged, and most of the gear had clearly been left there for a while. The backpack still had contents. I opened it carefully. Inside were a map of the area, 2 protein bars, a small hunting knife, and a flashlight with dead batteries. No ID, no tags on anything. But the gear wasn't ancient either, probably left within the last year. I marked the spot, took a photo with my phone, and decided to haul the backpack back to the tower with me. I'd report it in the morning. That night was different. It started around midnight. First, the tower started to creak, which happens sometimes in wind, but there was no wind. The air was completely still. Then I heard the sound again. This time, it wasn't just slow steps. It was scraping, like metal against wood. I sat up, heart pounding, and waited. The noise came again. I grabbed my flashlight, stood up slowly, and eased toward the trapdoor. I didn't open it, just waited. Then, one loud knock echoed from directly beneath the tower. One knock, not a branch falling, not a squirrel. A single, deliberate knock against the base. I stood frozen. My hands started sweating. I backed away from the door, moved to the corner by the window, and sat there, staring at the entrance for what felt like hours. Nothing happened after that. No more knocks. No more footsteps. I stayed awake the rest of the night. Not moving, flashlight on, ears straining. The sun came up finally, and I climbed down one slow step at a time. There was a mark on the side of the tower. A scratch, maybe 8 inches long, about chest height. Fresh. The bark was torn in a long, thin line, almost like it had been done with a knife or some sharp tool. I packed my things in silence, took the backpack I'd found, logged one last note in the journal, and hiked out without stopping. Got back to the station just after noon. I turned in my report, showed the gear to the supervisor, and mentioned the weird sounds but left out the knocking part. I didn't want to sound crazy. They logged the backpack and put out a note to local police in case someone had gone missing. A week later, we got word back. The gear didn't match any missing persons case. No fingerprints, no ID, no reports of a lost hiker in that area. I never went back to Section 12. A month after I quit that job, a new ranger got assigned the same route. He spent one night at the lookout tower before requesting reassignment. Told the supervisor of the place, gave him the creeps. When they asked why, he just said he didn't like the way the trees looked at night. I knew exactly what he meant. I've worked as a park ranger for over 10 years now, stationed across different national parks in the Pacific Northwest. People often imagine the job is relaxing, just hiking through beautiful trails, checking maps, maybe helping the occasional camper find their way back to the trailhead. But the truth is, most of this job is silence, isolation, and unpredictability. You see things out here that you wouldn't believe. And even when you see them with your own eyes, you still don't really believe them. What happened during one patrol in late September of 2019 still sticks with me. I haven't been able to shake it, and I don't expect I ever will. That fall, I was stationed at a lesser-known park in the northern tip of Washington state, near the Canadian border. The park doesn't get many visitors, especially once summer ends. It's mostly heavy pine forest, steep ridges, some streams, and a handful of old fire roads that cut through the area like veins. There are no big landmarks or tourist attractions. You don't stumble onto this place by accident. You either know it's there or you don't. I was working solo that month because my partner was out on medical leave and there wasn't enough budget to bring someone else in short term. I didn't mind. I liked the silence. I liked being away from everything. I was responsible for checking remote cabins, monitoring trail conditions, restocking supplies at the ranger sheds, and reporting any signs of poaching or trespassing. One morning around 6 a.m., I packed up my gear, locked the main ranger station, and set out in my truck toward the northeast fire road. It's about 19 miles from the main station to a small wooden shelter that was built back in the 1960s. Just a single-room building with a cot, with stove and old supply crates. It sits in a dip between two ridges, and it's one of the most isolated parts of the park. I plan to hike out there, restock the crates with emergency rations, and patch a broken window that a black bear had apparently shoved its way through earlier in the season. The first half of the drive was uneventful. I passed the old weather station, then a stream crossing, and then parked the truck at the end of the overgrown fire road. The rest of the way had to be done on foot. It's a 5-mile hike from the end of the road to the shelter, mostly uphill and then steeply down into a valley. The area doesn't see much traffic, and the trail is more of a suggestion than a proper path. Thick undergrowth, damp ferns, moss-covered rocks. I kept my eyes open for signs of wildlife, bears, cougar, maybe even a moose, but didn't see much other than scat and the occasional deer track. After a couple hours of slow hiking, I reached the shelter around 10:30 a.m. It was in worse shape than I remembered. The bear hadn't just broken the window. It had scratched deep gouges into the outer door and knocked over one of the old metal food lockers inside. I spent the next 2 hours cleaning up, replacing the emergency food, nailing a sheet of plywood over the broken window, and noting what else needed attention before winter. I ate a quick lunch, then set out again around 1 p.m. I figured I'd be back to the truck by late afternoon, maybe before sundown. I moved slower going back. The trail was slick in places from earlier rains, and I didn't want to twist an ankle out here alone. About halfway back, I noticed something strange. There were boot prints on the trail that hadn't been there that morning. I know that for a fact, because the mud was soft from the rain 2 days earlier, and my own boots had left clear impressions. But now, mixed in with my prints, was another set, wider than mine, with a different tread pattern. And here's the thing, they weren't coming from behind me. They were coming from the opposite direction, as if someone had walked toward the shelter after I had passed through. That made my stomach twist a bit. It's rare to see anyone out here this time of year, and these weren't old prints. The edges were clean. They hadn't dried out. I stopped, looked around, listened. Nothing but wind moving through the trees. I crouched down and studied the prints more closely. The person was heavy, deep heel strikes. Bigger than me, probably wearing work boots. I couldn't tell how far back they went, but they definitely led toward the shelter. I stood there a while, unsure if I should keep going or turn back. I had no radio signal in that part of the park. The terrain made it almost impossible. If someone was out there, they hadn't checked in at the main station, and that was required by law for any campers or hikers in this park. I decided to follow the prints a bit just to see where they turned off. I told myself I'd go maybe 300 yards and then reassess. About 200 yards in, I found something even stranger. Off to the left of the trail, maybe 20 feet into the trees, there was a patch of ground that had been cleared out. All the branches and undergrowth had been cut back roughly. In the middle of the clearing was a small fire pit, still warm, with some blackened logs smoking faintly. No tent, no pack, no gear. Just a ring of stones and a smoldering fire. Whoever had been there had left in a hurry, or they were still nearby. I scanned the tree line, heart pounding. Still nothing. I walked to the pit and nudged a charred log with my boot. It rolled slightly, revealing a half-burned paper underneath. I reached down and pulled it out. It was a page torn from a topographic map. My map, the same version issued to rangers. But here's the weird part. It had red markers scribbled all over it. Circles, XS, strange notations that didn't match any official markings. Some were around places I knew, like the fire tower and the old ranger cabin. Others were in places with nothing but dense forest. And one large circle was drawn around the shelter I had just left. I didn't like that. I folded the paper, stuffed it in my pack, and started back toward my truck. Every part of me was on edge. Something felt off wrong. Not supernatural, not magical, just wrong in a real-world way. Like when your gut tells you you're being watched. The prints followed the trail a bit further, then veered off into the forest, heading in a direction that didn't make sense. There's nothing that way. No trails, no clearings, just rugged backcountry and steep elevation. By the time I got back to the truck, the sun was getting low. I drove fast but careful back to the station, locked up the vehicle, and went inside to review the maps. I pulled up the digital map and overlaid it with the markings from the burned paper. One X matched a spot near the shelter. Another matched an area near the southern firebreak, a place I hadn't visited in weeks. I logged the map as suspicious activity and emailed a copy to my supervisor. The next day, I hiked out to the second marked location. It was about 8 miles southwest of the shelter, deep in an area with no trails. It took me half the day to get there, and what I found has stuck with me since. There was a cabin there, not an official park cabin, not a historical site, nothing that showed up on any of our records or aerial maps. But it had been there for years, maybe decades. Wood was weathered, moss growing over the shingles. The door was shut but not locked. I opened it and stepped inside. It was empty except for a table, a chair, and dozens of rolled up maps. The same kind of maps we use, same color, same grid numbers. But each one had similar red markings. Circles, arrows, and notes written in small, neat handwriting. Some notes said things like good spot, clear line of sight, or try night entry next time. Others were stranger. Ranger patrol, time predictable. Shelter exposed, rotate position. And one note, written in bolder handwriting near the bottom of a rolled out map, said, don't get seen again. I stood there for a long time, just breathing, trying to make sense of it. Whoever had been staying here had been watching patrol routes, mapping ranger shelters, even tracking times. This wasn't just a lost hiker or someone squatting in the woods. This was something else, something organized, careful, and deliberate. I backed out of the cabin and marked the location on my GPS, hiked back without stopping, then submitted a full report. I expected to get a call from upper management or maybe even federal officials. But days went by. Nothing. No reply. No follow-up. I asked my supervisor directly, and he told me to drop it. Said the place was probably used by researchers back in the 80s. Told me not to worry. But he didn't look me in the eyes when he said it. A week later, I hiked back out there to double-check the location. The cabin was gone. I don't mean destroyed or collapsed. I mean gone. No debris, no scorch marks, no disturbed ground. Just an empty patch of earth where it had been. Even the moss on the trees looked undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been built there at all. I hiked the entire area, checked GPS coordinates twice. I know I didn't imagine it. I had the photos, the map copies, the GPS tags. I submitted everything again. A month later, I was transferred. No explanation, just a memo that said operational reshuffling. I ended up at a park near the coast, smaller, more visitors. A safer spot. I still wear the uniform. I still walk the trails. But I don't hike alone anymore. Not in deep areas. Not after what I saw. Sometimes on clear days, I think about that map. The red circles. The neat handwriting. The fire pit still smoking when I arrived. I wonder how many others have seen them. These people who move through forests without leaving a trace, who map ranger movements like I've worked as a park ranger for almost 9 years now. I've seen a lot during that time. Lost hikers, illegal hunting, even a guy who tried to fake his own death in the woods to dodge child support. I've done patrols in winter blizzards, in wildfire smoke, and in the pouring rain. I've pulled bodies out of rivers and stopped more than one person from jumping off a cliff. But I've never seen anything like what happened during the summer I was sent to Black Hollow Preserve. That place changed something in me. Black Hollow is a 43,000-acre stretch of heavily forested, uneven terrain tucked between two ranges in the western part of the state. Not many people visit it because there are no famous landmarks, no big lakes, no real reason for families or tourists to come. Most of the people who go there are hunters, researchers, or sometimes the odd loner who wants to disappear for a while. I didn't volunteer for Black Hollow. I was sent there on rotation, a 60-day assignment during the height of wildfire season. My main job was to inspect trails, maintain fire roads, monitor rainfall, and check in on the small ranger cabin located near the center of the preserve. I was also supposed to investigate an old landslide site from the 90s that had apparently started shifting again due to recent rain. It was quiet when I arrived. Too quiet. The ranger station where I picked up my vehicle was in a town with fewer than 800 people. From there, I had to drive about 45 minutes down rough gravel roads before I even reached the park boundary. Another hour took me to the cabin. No cell service. No Wi-Fi. The radio barely worked. The power came from a loud old generator I had to crank by hand, and the water came from a rain-fed cistern out back. The cabin was in decent shape. It had one bedroom, a small kitchen, a desk with old logs from the previous ranger, and a shortwave radio with a mile-high antenna that reached the closest station. I'd brought enough canned food, bottled water, batteries, and supplies to last a full 60 days. There were also some bear-proof lockers for food and a backup satellite beacon in case I got injured or trapped. My first 2 weeks were uneventful. I spent most of my days hiking fire roads, noting down tree falls and loose soil, logging rainfall levels, and checking on old trail signs. There were a few minor things, mudslides, erosion, cracked trees, but nothing I hadn't seen before. Every few nights I'd write up my notes and transmit them in batches via the shortwave. The only voices I heard were the ones on the radio. Every once in a while I'd hear a coyote or an owl. That was it. Around day 17, I noticed something strange. I was walking an overgrown fire road that hadn't been used in years. The map said it ended near a small rock face, which used to be a popular spot for amateur geologists. It was a slow climb, thick with brush and soggy from the rain. About 3 miles in, I saw the first hole. It wasn't a burrow or a natural spring. It looked like a sinkhole about 6 feet wide and maybe 5 feet deep. The edges were damp, with dark, slick mud around them. What struck me most was that the soil didn't match the topsoil around it. The dirt inside the hole was darker, almost black, and full of clay. The surrounding area was mostly red-brown loam and rock. There were no tracks around it, no paw prints, no broken branches, no signs of digging or heavy rain damage. It looked like it had just dropped straight down. I marked the location on my GPS and kept walking. That night, I entered the hole into the log and noted it as a potential erosion site. 2 days later, I found another. This one was bigger, maybe 10 feet across and deeper, probably 7 or 8 feet down. It had the same black clay soil, same perfect drop, same eerie quiet around it. I tossed a branch into it and listened. Nothing but a soft thump. Over the next 10 days, I found 5 more holes. All were along the old fire road or within half a mile of it. All were roughly the same shape. They didn't seem to follow any pattern. Some were in clearings, others under tree cover. None of them had any signs of recent rain damage or animal disturbance. I sent the report out via shortwave and was told that geologists would be sent once my rotation ended. I was advised to keep clear of the holes and mark them with flags. That was it. By now it was early July. The rain had mostly stopped and the heat had settled in. Everything started to dry out. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, like rotten leaves or wet mulch, but it got stronger as the days went on. I first noticed it about 200 yards from the biggest sinkhole. The smell was hard to describe. Sweet, but sour, thick and earthy, like decay mixed with wet soil. I checked the area for dead animals. Nothing. No carcasses, no bones, no buzzards. I figured maybe a deer had died deeper in the brush. I moved on, but over the next few days, the smell seemed to spread. I catch it while hiking trails or checking the rain gauges. It was always in patches, they're 1 minute, gone the next. Sometimes it'd follow me for miles, or I'd smell its strongest right outside the cabin and then not again for hours. Then I started hearing the noises. It wasn't constant. Sometimes I'd go a whole day and hear nothing. But other times, especially in the early mornings or right after sunset, I'd hear faint sounds coming from the direction of the holes. It sounded like dripping water at first, slow, regular, steady. Then it changed. One morning, I was hiking back toward the cabin after checking the Southern Trail loop. I passed one of the smaller sinkholes and paused. That same sound, dripping almost like a leaky faucet. I leaned in to listen. It wasn't water. It was breathing. I know how crazy that sounds. I even wrote in my log that it was probably wind through a rock crevice or maybe the echo of my own breathing bouncing off the clay walls. But it wasn't that. It was slow, deep and rhythmic, like something big breathing from far below. I didn't sleep well that night. I started having dreams. Nothing supernatural, just disturbing. I'd wake up sweating and thinking about dirt, holes, and the heavy smell. I started carrying my sidearm full time, even when just collecting trail cam footage. I never saw another person. No hikers. No campers. Nothing. It was just me in those holes. About a week before my rotation was supposed to end, I hiked out to a ridge overlooking the valley. From there, I could see the path of the old landslide site the geologists wanted checked. I've been avoiding it since I arrived. It was remote, steep, and hard to access. But with my time running out, I had to do it. It took half a day to get there. The trail had long since vanished, and the slope was unstable. I had to crawl at some points. But when I finally reached it, I realized the slide had exposed something strange. The exposed section of the hill was full of black soil, just like the sinkholes. But this wasn't a hole. It was a wide, flat depression about 30 feet across. The dirt was smooth and dry, like packed clay. I tested it with my boot. It didn't give it all. I circled it slowly, marking the edges with tape and taking photos. That's when I noticed the cracks. There were dozens of them. Thin, hairline fractures running across the surface. Some were only inches long. Others ran the full width of the depression. When I leaned in close, I noticed something else there. Hot, stale air. It was coming up through the cracks. I didn't stay long. That night, the generator died. I went outside to crank it and got hit with that smell again, stronger than ever. It was everywhere. I could barely breathe. My nose and eyes burned. I cranked the generator by hand, barely able to hold my breath long enough to finish. Then I heard something move. It came from the tree line, not a branch breaking or an animal stepping. It was soft, like shifting weight, slow, deliberate. I stood still and waited. Nothing, just the generator humming beside me. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I packed up early and hiked to the largest sinkhole to reflag it. I was exhausted, dirty, and on edge. I hadn't eaten in a day. I just wanted to finish and get out of there. When I reached the hole, I saw that the flag I'd placed had fallen in. I kneeled at the edge and looked down. The hole was deeper. I swear it had grown overnight. The edges were sharper, the soil darker, almost wet. I stood up and backed away. Then the ground beneath me gave way. I fell. Not all the way, just a few feet. A chunk of earth collapsed, and I slid down a slope of slick mud into a small pocket below. It wasn't deep, maybe 4 or 5 feet, but I couldn't climb out. My right leg was wedged between two roots, and I couldn't move it without pain. I lay there for almost an hour before I calmed down enough to try freeing myself. I used my knife to cut the root, crawled out, and managed to pull myself back to the surface. My leg was badly bruised, maybe fractured. I limped all the way back to the cabin using a stick as a crutch. That night, I triggered the emergency beacon. They pulled me out by helicopter the next morning. I didn't say much, just that I'd injured myself and needed extraction. I filed my reports, turned to my logbook, and went home. 2 weeks later, I got a call from my supervisor. They'd sent a team to investigate the holes. All of them were gone, not filled in gone, as if they'd never existed. The clay soil. I was stationed as a park ranger in a fairly remote area in Utah, not far from the Nevada border. It was a strange location for a ranger outpost, but the land belonged to the Bureau of Land Management, and the area had been designated for both environmental protection and controlled hiking. The main feature of this place wasn't mountains or dense forests like you'd expect. It was an abandoned rock quarry from the 1950s. The surrounding area was made up of dry canyons, old mining roads, and sparse juniper and pinyon pine trees. You'd get more lizards than deer out there, and on some days the wind would blow so hard through the narrow canyon gaps, it would sound like a freight train. It was my 3rd year out there, and I worked alone most of the time. The nearest ranger was about a 45-minute drive to the north at a different outpost. My job was mostly patrols, watching for illegal campers, checking on the rare hikers who passed through, logging wildlife sightings, and making sure nobody was dumping anything or going off trail near the old quarry. There wasn't much out there, just miles of red dust, cliffs, rocks, some barbed wire fencing, and old mining ruins. The quarry itself was a big scar on the earth, probably 600 feet across, with sharp, uneven walls and a lot of loose rock. There were trails along its edge that had long since eroded and caved in. Nobody was supposed to hike too close to it because of risk of collapse, but people did anyway. Most of my job involved putting up fresh, no trespassing signs or fixing broken fences. The weird part started in early spring. The desert was just beginning to warm up again. I remember the week, well, because I'd been hiking out further than usual. There were reports of someone setting up illegal traps for coyotes and small game. We found a steel jaw trap near one of the canyon passes a few weeks earlier, and I've been on the lookout ever since. I took a different route that day, a narrow service path used decades ago for hauling material to and from a quarry. The path hadn't been used in years. It twisted around the southern edge of the quarry where no official trails went. A rock slide had blocked it off in the late 90s, but I was curious and went around the debris. I had a backpack, a sidearm, some energy bars, water, a small med kit, and a radio that usually only worked when I got high enough up the ridge. As I made my way past the rock slide and down the path, I noticed something odd almost right away. There were boot prints. Not hiking boots, more like construction-style work boots, heavy ones with deep treads. They were recent. The dust hadn't had time to cover them up. I followed them for maybe half a mile until I came to an area where the quarry wall dipped into a kind of wide alcove, almost like a basin carved into the rock. You couldn't see it from the trail or from above. It was completely hidden unless you took that same path. If someone wanted to hide something out there, that'd be the place. At first I thought it was just an old mining station or storage shed, but the closer I looked, the stranger it got. There were metal poles sticking out of the ground in neat rows, almost like stakes or foundations for something. Some of them had rusted cables still attached. Old, dry oil stains were on the ground, along with cracked chunks of concrete. Someone had clearly worked here a long time ago, but it wasn't on any of my maps, and I'd never heard of this section being used after the quarry shut down. Then I noticed the drag marks. That's when I started to feel that quiet, cold pit in my stomach. There were long, curved lines in the dirt, like something heavy had been pulled across the ground, over and over again. Some were shallow, others deep. They overlapped in places. Not a vehicle, no tire tracks. Just dragged, like a sled or stretcher, or a body. I walked the perimeter and found an old tarp, half buried under a layer of dust and rock. When I pulled it back, it didn't reveal much. Just rotted boards, some rusted tools, and a pile of plastic jugs. Most of them empty, one still sloshing with dark fluid that smelled like old gasoline or oil. I documented everything, took pictures, notified my supervisor via satellite message since the radio wasn't getting a signal. Then I saw something I'll never forget. On the far side of the alcove was a narrow crack in the rock face. I mean narrow, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they turned sideways. The boot prints I've been following went right into it. Now, I know better than to follow unknown tracks into an uncharted rock crevice alone. But something about the whole scene made my skin crawl. Whoever had been here was using this place often and recently. There were even fresh cigarette butts near the tar pile, less than a day old. I marked the spot with survey tape and a GPS pin, then made my way back. I figured I'd report it and return with backup. But before I reached the main trail again, I stopped at a high point on the path and looked back at the alcove one more time. That's when I noticed the buzzards. 3 of them, circling low. They hadn't been there before. I came back 2 days later, this time with another ranger named Cole and a sheriff's deputy. We had gear, radios, and better tools for inspection. When we reached the alcove, everything looked the same, except now it stank. Bad, like rotting meat in the sun. And the drag marks were fresher. We followed them again, and this time, Cole squeezed into the narrow crevice while I stayed at the entrance, holding a spotlight. The crack led into a wider chamber inside the rock wall. I couldn't see it fully, but I heard Cole's boots crunch on gravel and echo as he moved forward. Then he stopped suddenly. I heard him mutter something under his breath, but he didn't say what he saw. He came back a minute later, pale, sweating. There were bones in there. A lot of them. Old and new. Animal and human. No sign of clothing. No ID. Nothing organized. Just dumped. Piled. Some still had dried flesh. We called it in. The whole area was taped off. The local sheriff's department set up a full investigation. Forensic teams came out and spent weeks combing through the area. They pulled out at least 9 different sets of human remains. Probably more. Some had been there for years. Others were recent, within the past few months. The place wasn't just an abandoned quarry. It was being used. Someone was using it to get rid of people. They found a few tools, knives, a hammer, one old bolt cutter, but no prints, no DNA, nothing. The prints had all been wiped, and even the boot tracks led nowhere. Whoever was had a system. They were careful, smart. They used the land's isolation to their advantage. The remains were eventually linked to missing persons cases from across the state. One was a hiker from Colorado who disappeared in 2019. Another was a man last seen hitchhiking through Nevada in 2021. A woman who had gone missing while road tripping through the Southwest in 2020. No one had ever thought to check a dried-up quarry off an unmarked service path. Here's where it gets worse. After the area was shut down, I was asked to review old ranger logs from the 80s and 90s. I found something buried deep in the archives. A report from 1986, made by a seasonal ranger who mentioned a bad smell near the southern ridge and unusual camp debris in the same general area. No follow-up was recorded. I also found a hand-drawn map from 1994, scribbled with red pen. The ranger had circled the same hidden alcove I'd found. The note said, "Not on the map, avoid." Avoid. That was all it said. We never caught whoever did it. The trail went cold. The cave was sealed off. The quarry was completely shut down and fenced. Access revoked. The whole region was reclassified. I asked myself how long it had been going on. 10 years? 20? Longer? How many people had walked too far down that old trail and never come back? The scary part isn't what we found, it's what we didn't. The person who did this is still out there. Maybe they've moved on to another forgotten canyon. Maybe they're still watching that quarry from some ridgeline. They knew the land better than we did. They knew the blind spots, the places no one looked. That changed how I did my job. I stopped trusting the quiet. I started checking my 6 every time I stepped off the main trail. I double-checked the fences. I stopped hiking alone. Even now, years later, I still get that same cold feeling when I see boot print in the dust where no one's supposed to be. I still check old tarps and listen for buzzards. And I never, ever go near the edge of an abandoned quarry. Not anymore. I've been a park ranger for almost 14 years now. Worked in 4 different states, in all kinds of terrain, mountains, flatlands, thick woods, even desert parks. Some days are boring, others are cold and wet, some are too hot. But now and then you get those days where something sticks to you and you don't forget it even years later. I've seen bears too close, people who didn't make it out alive, and enough drug labs hidden in the woods to make me suspicious of every broken tree branch. But the thing that happened to me in Oregon about 6 years ago during a solo backcountry patrol, that's the one that really messed with me. And I've never been able to talk about it properly, not even with the other rangers. Most of them don't like hearing stories that make them question their safety out there. This happened in a remote part of Willamette National Forest. It was late September, right before the heavy rain started. The forest was still green, still alive, but the air had started getting cold. The kind of chill that warns you winter isn't far. I had been assigned to a backcountry patrol for 4 days, checking trail signs, monitoring animal activity, making sure people weren't setting up illegal camps. Nothing too intense. The area I was covering wasn't heavily trafficked. I might have seen 1 or 2 hikers per day out there, if that. Most people avoided the northwest corner of the forest. It was dense, the trails were narrow, and it didn't offer the views other parts of the park did. A lot of uphill hiking, tangled underbrush, no cell service. The kind of place that made you feel like you were really out there. I had hiked in about 11 miles from my truck. It was a long day, and I was carrying about 50 pounds of gear on my back, including my tent, food, extra batteries, maps, and a backup GPS unit. I had set up camp on a flat rise just above a small creek. Good water access, some trees to block wind, decent line of sight in all directions. The plan was to sleep there, then start a wide loop the next morning that would take me around the upper trails and back to this same camp 2 nights later. That first night was quiet, just the usual sounds, raccoons skittering around, wind in the trees, creek trickling. I slept fine, woke up early, had oatmeal and coffee, and set off around 7:30. The trail was rough, overgrown in some spots. About halfway through the day, I came across an old hunter's blind setback from the trail. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. The wood was rotted, and the brush around it had grown in tight. I made a note of it on my report sheet. Nothing strange. I've seen a lot of old blinds, tree stands, cabins, even abandoned trucks in the woods before. You don't think much of it. By late afternoon, I started looking for a place to camp. I found a small clearing, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded by fir trees. Dry ground, not too much slope, and no widowmakers overhead. I pitched the tent, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and made some notes in my logbook. The stars were out that night. Cold, dry air, not a cloud to be seen. I remember thinking how beautiful it was. I could hear an owl off in the distance, and something larger crashing through the woods farther out. Probably an elk. I didn't think twice about it. It wasn't until the second night that something started to feel off. I had made my way along a narrow ridge trail, bushwhacked for a while when the path got too overgrown, and eventually dropped down into a shallow valley where the air felt heavier. You know how sometimes, even when there's no real reason, a place just feels wrong? That valley gave me that feeling. It was colder down there, and everything was still. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I found a flat spot near a rock outcropping and made camp. I tried to shake the unease, but it stuck with me. I double-checked my gear, kept my flashlight close, and even did a wider perimeter check than usual before turning in. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up every hour or so, thinking I heard soft footsteps outside. Not heavy, not fast, just slow, steady movements through the underbrush. Every time I poked my head out of the tent, nothing was there. No eye shine, no shapes, no sounds. Just that same still air. By morning, I was exhausted, and the first thing I noticed when I stepped out of the tent was that there were no animal tracks nearby. That's unusual in these parts. Normally, you'll see deer, raccoon, maybe even cougar tracks. But the ground was clean. I packed up quickly and started heading back toward my first campsite. The goal was to loop back around and hike out the next day. I took a different route back, cutting across some rough terrain to save time. About 2 hours into the hike, I noticed a strange structure off to my left, maybe 100 yards through the trees. It looked man-made. Out here, that always gets your attention. I dropped my pack, took my binoculars, and looked closer. It was a small shack, wooden, leaning to one side, roof half collapsed. No sign of recent activity. No path leading to it. The trees around it had grown thick and tight, like no one had been in or out in years. I approached carefully, making sure I wasn't stepping into someone's illegal grow operation or squat. But the place was empty. Door was off its hinges, floor was mostly dirt. Inside, there was an old rusted stove, a broken chair, and a few torn scraps of newspaper. One of them had a date on it, 1998. I took a few pictures, logged the location on my GPS, and left. The weird part came later that afternoon. I reached my original campsite, the one by the creek, and as I got closer, I noticed something wasn't right. My tent was there, but it looked like someone had gone through my stuff. The flap was open, the zipper half torn, and my cooking gear was spread out on the ground like someone had been digging through it. Nothing was missing as far as I could tell. My food bags were still full, and even my extra batteries were untouched, but the way everything was laid out didn't feel random. It felt methodical, like someone had looked at everything and placed it down with care. I spent the rest of the evening on edge. I didn't set up the tent again. I just rolled out my sleeping bag under a tree and kept my flashlight and bear spray within arm's reach. I didn't sleep. All night, I heard those same slow, dragging steps in the woods. Sometimes they'd stop completely, and I'd hold my breath waiting. Then I'd hear a branch snap much closer than before. But again, every time I shined my light, there was nothing there. When the sun finally came up, I packed up and got the hell out of there. I hiked all the way back to the service road in one long push, no breaks. It took me almost 9 hours. My legs were shaking by the end, but I didn't care. I made it to the truck, threw my gear in the back, and didn't stop driving until I hit town. Now here's where it gets worse. 2 weeks later, I was called into the station. One of the other rangers, Tom, said someone had filed a missing person report. A man in his 50s had gone hiking up near that same northwest sector, hadn't returned. Last contact had been 2 days after I got back from my patrol. They asked me if I'd seen anyone, any sign of trouble. I told them no, but I mentioned the shack I found and the messed up gear at my campsite. A search team was sent out. It took them 5 days to locate the shack I marked. When they got there, they found a backpack that matched the missing man's description. But that's not all. Inside the shack, someone had stacked small piles of animal bones along the walls. Deer, squirrel, even a dog skull. All cleaned, arranged by size. There were also 7 little piles of rocks, each shaped like a rough human figure. They were placed in a circle near the center of the shack, like someone had been sitting in the middle of them. They never found the man. We were told not to talk about it. Official story was that the man likely got lost, possibly fell into a ravine, maybe animal predation. That's what they told the press. But those of us who saw the pictures knew better. The area wasn't predator heavy, and the bones found in the shack didn't match what a bear or cougar would leave behind. They were too clean, too deliberate. After that, I avoided that section of the park. Even when I was assigned to patrols near the area, I'd find excuses to stay farther south. Eventually, I asked for a transfer. I couldn't stop thinking about those footsteps, the way my gear was touched, the quiet in the valley, the shack. It wasn't just an abandoned building. Someone had been living out there. Not someone lost or mentally ill. Someone who knew how to move quietly, who knew how to not leave tracks. Someone who had probably been out there for years, maybe decades. Watching, waiting. Maybe they didn't like people coming into their territory. Maybe they just wanted to look. I don't know, but I think I was lucky to get out. And that guy who disappeared, he probably walked into that same valley I camped in. Only difference was, maybe he wasn't as careful. Maybe he didn't leave when he felt it. And maybe, when he heard those footsteps outside his tent, he didn't keep still. He probably went outside to check. And I don't think he ever came back. I've worked for the National Park Service for almost 15 years now. Most of my career has been in the Pacific Northwest, bouncing between stations depending on what they needed: fire watch, search and rescue, trail maintenance. I'm currently based in Idaho, in a remote section of the Payette National Forest. People always assume being a park ranger is this peaceful, nature-loving job where you hike and look at birds all day. That's not what it is. There's beauty here, yeah. Towering pines, quiet rivers, deep valleys where you don't see another human being for weeks. But there's also danger: steep cliffs, fast-changing weather, aggressive wildlife, and terrain so isolated that you can go missing without a trace. You learn early on that nature doesn't care about you. It doesn't hate you. It just doesn't care. You respect that or you die. This happened in my 4th year out here. I was stationed near the South Fork of the Salmon River. It's one of the less traveled areas in the park. Not as scenic as some other places and harder to get to. Steep switchbacks, narrow trails, one way in, one way out unless you're willing to bushwhack for days. The only people we saw out there were hardcore backpackers or hunters who knew what they were doing. The Forest Service had been getting reports of someone camping off trail up near the ridge east of the South Fork trailhead. Not necessarily illegal, but when people go off trail that far in deep forest, we like to check in. Make sure they're not lost, not poaching, not building fires at dry season. They asked me to hike out and investigate. Said someone had seen smoke coming from a ridge about 4 miles up, and they wanted eyes on it. I didn't think much of it. I packed up for an overnight trip just in case, grabbed my map, GPS, first aid, satellite phone, and started up the trail early in the morning. The forecast was clear. I figured I'd find a lone camper, maybe some litter, nothing more. The hike was slow. The trail's got a lot of elevation gain, and it's narrow in places, washed out in others. But I've been on it dozens of times. Knew where the turns were, where the trees thin out, where you can refill your water from snow melt or a spring. 3 hours in, I left the main trail and began bushwhacking toward the ridge where the smoke had supposedly been seen. It was tough going. The underbrush was thick and the slope was steep. I was using a compass and checking my GPS every half hour, making sure I wasn't drifting too far. Around noon, I stopped to eat. Granola, jerky, a little water. Sat on a downed log and rested. That's when I saw something odd. Off to my left, a good 200 yards downhill, I saw what looked like a tree stand, like one a hunter would use. It was high up in a pine, about 20 feet off the ground. Looked old, made of wood that had darkened with time and weather. That wasn't what bothered me. What bothered me was how remote it was. This wasn't a place where people hunted. Too steep, too deep, and no clear game trails nearby. I debated going down to check it out, but it was far, and I was on a mission. I noted its location on my GPS and kept going uphill. I reached the ridge about an hour later. No smoke, no sign of fire. But I did find something strange, a small clearing, maybe 40 feet across, with the remains of an old fire pit in the middle. Ashes scattered, rocks blackened. Looked like someone had used it not long ago. There were also prints in the dirt. Boot prints, not fresh, but recent enough to still show tread. I walked the perimeter, trying to get a sense of how long someone had been there. Found a few pieces of plastic, candy wrappers, maybe a torn bit of tarp. I bagged them as evidence, took some photos, and made notes. I also noticed something else. The trees around the clearing were scored, like someone had taken a knife and carved into them. Not letters, not drawings, just deep, random gashes. Some looked fresh, some are old. It made me uncomfortable. I've seen all kinds of people in the woods, survivalists, campers, preppers, and just weird loners. But this felt off. Like whoever had been up here wasn't just camping. They were doing something else. I decided to stay the night, keep watch in case they came back. I set up my bivy sack off to the side of the clearing, not directly in it. Ate a small dinner and sat quietly for a while. I kept my radio on, did a check-in at dusk, then settled in. Around midnight, I woke up. It wasn't noise that did it. It was silence. When you've spent enough nights in the forest, you get used to the background hum. Wind in the trees, insects, distant water, maybe a coyote. That night, it was dead quiet. No wind, no bugs, nothing. I sat up slowly, ears straining. Then I heard it. A rustling. Slow, steady. Not an animal. Not a deer crashing through brush. It sounded like footsteps, deliberate, and they were close. I didn't move, just stayed crouched in my sleeping bag, heart hammering in my chest. I had a flashlight in my bag, but I didn't want to use it. Not yet. Whoever it was, they weren't using lights, just walking slowly around the edge of the clearing. Then they stopped, and I heard a sound I'll never forget. A slow creaking, wood on wood, like a door opening. But there were no buildings up there, nothing but trees and dirt. The sound stopped. Then footsteps again, closer now. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. Finally, the footsteps faded away. I waited another hour before I moved. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up, fast, ate a cold protein bar, and drank straight from my water bottle. No time for coffee. I wanted out. I started down the slope, retracing my path. Every so often I'd stop and listen. Nothing, but the silence was still there. Still no birds. Still no wind. When I reached the spot where I'd seen the tree stand, I paused. Something had changed. The tree stand was gone. Not broken. Not rotted. Gone. Just marks in the bark where it had once been nailed in. I stood there a long time, staring. I hadn't imagined it. I had it marked on my GPS. It was real, and now it wasn't. The hike back took longer than I expected. My legs were heavy. I kept stopping, kept checking behind me. I didn't see anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. It wasn't paranoia. It felt real, like something was following, staying just out of sight. I made it back to the station by late afternoon. Reported everything. My supervisor logged it, but he didn't say much. Just nodded and said he'd send someone else to check the ridge later in the week. No one did. About a month later, I got a call on the radio. Hiker had gone missing along the South Fork Trail. Mid-30s, solo experienced. Had a GPS beacon, but hadn't activated it. He was supposed to check in with his wife every day. Last message was 2 days ago. We started a search. Air and ground. I joined the ground team. We found his camp about 5 miles in. Neatly packed. Fire pit cold. Food untouched. Pack still zipped. Like he just stepped out to pee and never came back. We searched for a week. Nothing. Then we found his GPS beacon. It was half buried in a creek bed about a mile off trail. No footprints. No tracks. Just sitting there in the mud. The official report said accidental death. Presumed lost, fell, swept away by water. I didn't believe it. After that, things changed. Other rangers started refusing South Fork assignments. People joked about it at first. The cursed trail, they called it. But the jokes stopped when another hiker went missing. Then another. Always in the same general area. Always no trace. I stopped going out there. Requested reassignment. Got it after 6 months. I still think about it. About the clearing. The carvings. The creaking sound. The tree stand that disappeared. Something's out there. Not a monster. Not some ghost. Something real. A person, maybe, or a group. Living off-grid. Watching. Waiting. The forest is big. Bigger than most people realize. There are places no one goes. Places where you could do anything and never be found. Whatever I stumbled into that day, I wasn't supposed to. I still do this job. Still hike. Still patrol. But I don't go near the South Fork anymore. And I don't camp in the deep woods alone. Not ever. Not after what I saw. Because nature doesn't care about you. But people are worse.